Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the State of Black LA. I'd like to introduce a special live performance by the phenomenal, world-renowned saxophonist Mike Phillips as he performs the Black National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing. Please welcome to the stage your host, NBC4 meteorologist, Melissa McGee.
I almost missed my cue. I got caught up at the music. I was taking videos. Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling on this Thursday morning? Good. So glad you are here today. Welcome to the State of Black Los Angeles 2025. It is truly an honor to be your MC once again for this dynamic event. The significance of this event just keeps growing, and I'm glad to be back again on the stage for a third straight year. The Urban League State of Black Los Angeles has taken a bold stance and a newfound determination to unite Black and Brown communities to be a powerful voice that can address civil and human rights injustices, economic empowerment, and health equity. The familiar saying from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. still holds true: injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I want to welcome all of you joining us here in this room. State of Black LA is often advertised as a collection of some of the brightest minds and most influential voices. So let me give you an idea of who and what you are about to hear. You will hear from 30 different speakers today. 30 people represent 10 doctors, 2 licensed medical doctors, and 8 PhDs. Furthermore, our speakers collectively hold 21 master degrees. You will hear from 5 executive directors and 10 president and CEOs. Also, we have 4 lawyers, 2 veterans, and a collective of 21 Emmy Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call a stacked house, okay? We are ready for the conversation. With that being said, if you can be so kind and provide cell phone courtesy, or like they say in the movie theaters, silence is golden during today's event, that would be greatly appreciated. I also want to welcome the virtual viewing audience who are joining us via live stream on NBC4 and Telemundo 52. To lead the charge, it is my pleasure to introduce a leader on a mission. She exemplifies what it means to be a true change agent, redefining leadership through equity, empowerment, and justice. And she proudly stands as the first female president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League in nearly 100 years. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Ms. Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Good morning. It is wonderful to see this room filled with so many colleagues, partners, and change makers who believe in the promise of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you for joining the Los Angeles Urban League's third annual State of Black Los Angeles. We are so thrilled to be on this beautiful campus of the University of Southern California. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't this room beautiful? Thank you. Thank you for being here. For 3 years now, the State of Black Los Angeles brings us together, not just to listen, but to look inward. It's a pause check on our progress, an honest reflection of how far we've come and how far we still have to go. Because real equity isn't measured in headlines or hashtags. It's measured in lives improved, doors opened, and communities strengthened. The Los Angeles Urban League has been a part of this city's story for more than 100 years. We've been seeing seasons of progress, and we've endured seasons of pain. But through it all, our mission has never, ever wavered. No matter where we come from, we have a fair shot at dignity, security, and opportunity. That work is not abstract. It lives in our neighborhoods. It lives in our streets. It lives in our classrooms, our workplaces, and our homes. This year's theme is Black and Brown, Solidarity in Action, because, you know, progress doesn't happen in silos. It happens when communities, Black, Brown, White, Asian, Indigenous, and beyond all, come together. We stand shoulder to shoulder and say, we rise together or not at all. That's the heartbeat of Los Angeles. It is what makes our city resilient. It keeps Los Angeles Urban League grounded in the purpose. We are tackling real issues: access to quality health care, fair and inclusive employment, and the persistence inequities that often too much limit opportunities for entrepreneurs, small businesses, and access to capital. These are the issues that shape whether families can build stability, whether workers can thrive in dignity, and whether innovators of color can compete on a level playing field. They are all part of one ecosystem. When one struggles, the entire community feels the impact. And it is this moment when immigration and human rights are once again at the center of national conversation. Los Angeles must continue to lead with empathy. Every person deserves dignity, no matter their language, birthplace, or circumstance. You see, our shared humanity requires that we respond not with division, but with compassion and fairness. Because when we protect the dignity of others, we strengthen the soul of our own communities. Today, we're going to engage in many conversations head-on with honesty, courage, and collaboration. Our distinguished expert panelists and speakers aren't here just to analyze problems. They're here to help us reimagine solutions. That's what the day is all about. Turning decisions into direction and passion into policy. We are very delighted today to have such an amazing partners that make this moment possible. You see, without partners, none of this is possible. So first, I'd like to say thank you to the Los Angeles Urban League Board of Directors. Will you all please stand? Please, let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you. Many of you know it takes a full team to complete a day like today. We assembled an A-list team. Thank you to what I call the advisory team. For all those Monday morning calls, you know who you are. Thank you to our media sponsors, NBC 4 and Telemundo 52, and the Los Angeles Sentinel. Will you all please stand? Please stand. Thank you. Thank you for making this happen. Thank you. Thank you to our sponsoring partners, the University of Southern California, ARTI, Anti-Racism, Diversity and Inclusion, and the team, U.S. Bank, Comerica Bank, California Wellness Foundation, Genentech, Butterfly, GPSN, HealthNet, Southern California Gas, and the Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Foundation. And a special thanks to our GPSN students who are responsible for the research community surveys. Thank you. Your support amplifies voices that too often go unheard. And I especially want to thank the Los Angeles Urban League team, staff, and volunteers. You mean the world to us. You mean the world to me. Thanks to so many civic, philanthropic, academic, and community allies who assist with the equity and inclusion. Your presence matters. You see, your presence matters. We could not do this work without you. We are honored to have so many local, county, municipal, state, and federal officials in our presence today. You will hear some powerful messages as they stated. Joining us through the day, just to name a few names, Mayor Karen Bass, County Supervisor Holly Mitchell, Councilwoman Heather Hutt, and Congresswoman Maxine Waters. And we have a few other legislative members that are here with us today. If you could just briefly stand, I see many of you here. Please, please, please stand. For all the elected officials, please stand. Mike, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I look out in this room and the common thread with all of you is that you believe in a better pathway forward for Black and Brown communities. Thank you for your dedication to the Los Angeles Urban League, Los Angeles, and Southern California. As we get started, I ask each of you be present, really present. Listen not only for what's said, but for what's needed. Engage with one another, build partnerships, and leave here with determination to do something, however small, that moves this work forward. Now, let me give a great introduction to our national president, Mark Morial. As national president and CEO, he has led the Urban League's success in advancing equity, entrepreneurship, and economic opportunity. Please turn your attention to the screens for a message from Mark Morial.
Hi, I'm Mark Morial. I lead the National Urban League. And yes, all of you in the room, supporters, friends, staff, volunteers of the National Urban League should know that the Los Angeles Urban League is one of the jewels in the crown of the Urban League movement. Very quickly, congratulations to the Los Angeles Urban League and its president, Cynthia Mitchell Hurd, on this, the third annual State of Black Los Angeles. I'm excited that this report talks about how African Americans and Latinos can work together, struggle together, and protect democracy and diversity together. So I want to salute the report and the hard work that goes into the findings, and challenge every one of you, as we must challenge ourselves, to not let the report simply be words on the internet or in an email or in a report, but words that spur us to act, to find actual solutions to the challenges we face. We know, and you know well in Los Angeles, that democracy and the rule of law are under attack. It requires us to show courage and to fight back. And I want to thank my friend and your leader, the mayor of the great city of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. If she's in the room, I want to thank her personally. If she's not in the room, I want to shout her out loudly for standing up and being the Karen Bass I've known for years. A principled leader who's not afraid to speak truth to power and to lead all of Los Angeles, not just some of Los Angeles. So let us go forward together in these difficult times. Yes, times of dark clouds, but times when history teaches us that when we work together, the hopes that unite us will always be greater than the fears that divide us. Congratulations, Los Angeles Urban League. Have an excellent event, and I hope to see you soon. Carpe diem.
Thank you, President Morial. Next, I'm thrilled to welcome a dedicated leader, a fierce advocate for the mission of the Los Angeles Urban League. Keith Drake uses his expertise and influence to combat social justice and create pathways to opportunity. Please welcome our new Los Angeles Urban League Chair, Mr. Keith Drake.
Thank you. Good morning. First, I want to thank Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd for the warm introduction and her extraordinary leadership of the LA Urban League. Cynthia, your dedication, your courage, and compassion continues to inspire us all. It's a privilege to work alongside you in advancing the mission of this historical organization. I want to thank the Los Angeles Board of Directors, my Vice Chair, Janine Drafts, and the entire board. Since stepping into the chair of the board earlier this year, I've been constantly reminded of what makes this organization so special. Our people, our purpose, and our unwavering belief that progress is possible when we move forward together. As chair, I am deeply committed, to the Urban League's impact, support Cynthia and her exceptional team as they expand programs that uplift families and communities. For more than a century, the Los Angeles Urban League has stood at the intersection of equality, empowerment, and progress. From the civil rights to economic justice, from workforce development, small business support, from youth empowerment to housing and healthcare, our mission has remained constant: to advance equality and the opportunity for Black Angelenos in all communities of color. Today, the State of Black Los Angeles is more than an annual convening. It's a mirror and a call to action. It challenges us to confront disparity that persists in income, education, health, housing, and justice, while we also celebrating the progress we've made and the partnerships that make the progress possible. So today, as we reflect, as we listen, as we engage, let's also recommit, each of us, doing our part. Thank you, and let's enjoy the impact of today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Keith Drake. It is my privilege now to introduce Byung-Soo Kim, who began serving in his new role as the University of Southern California on July 1st. Born and raised in Los Angeles area as the son of Korean international students, President Kim understands the opportunity and the power of education as his journey began at local public schools and eventually led him to Harvard Law School. Since joining USC in 2020 as Senior Vice President and General Counsel, President Kim has spearheaded numerous initiatives that promote academic excellence, student success, and high-impact research. He's a passionate advocate for open discourse, focusing on campus-wide education and training on free expression. And he's reinvigorating USC's approach to community and civic engagement. Please welcome to the stage USC President Byung-Soo Kim.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to USC. Thank you, Melissa, for that incredible introduction. And thank you, Cynthia, for many years of support as a leader among our USC alumni. Can we have a round of applause for Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd and the entire team at Los Angeles Urban League? It's an honor to be a partner with you for the State of Black Los Angeles and to welcome you to our campus. This room is filled with so many incredible people, including distinguished USC alumni like Cynthia, who helped guide and lead our university as Trojan family members. Mayor Karen Bass, another Trojan, will be here, as are numerous elected officials and civic leaders. All of you united by your commitment to service and to uplifting our city. Thank you for that and so much more. Today, as we learn more about the state of Black and Brown LA and the challenges our communities face, from a lack of economic opportunity and access to healthcare to immigration, I want to encourage us to ask ourselves, how can we strengthen our partnerships to help everyone in our city thrive? When we think about partnership here at USC, we think about the need to listen, to collaborate, to convene the right people and bring all our resources and great minds to bear on any given issue. That's why we're so honored to have you here for the third year in a row. It's events like this that bring us together, creating space for meaningful dialogue to help us face our most pressing societal challenges. Our mission at USC extends well beyond students and patients or athletics. We recognize that we play an important role in the city and carry important responsibilities to our community. Recently, we've recommitted ourselves to strengthening our civic and community engagement activities. First, we're looking to support and advance economic opportunities in our neighborhoods. Small businesses make up 99% of Los Angeles businesses, and 97% of them employ fewer than 20 individuals. Our local small businesses are key to our economic vitality. And so, our commitment is to expand our commitment to South Los Angeles and East Side small businesses, including those that are recovering still from the impacts of COVID and the recent wildfires, and in advance of major sporting events like the World Cup, Super Bowl, and the Olympics. Second, we know a solid economic foundation begins with a solid education. We have numerous incredible and impactful education programs at USC, and one of our crown jewels is the USC Leslie and William McMorrow Neighborhood Academic Initiative, better known as NAI. Each year, this remarkable program prepares nearly 1,000 6th to 12th grade students for admission and graduation from college, most of them first-generation college students. In 30 years, the program has graduated over 1,690 students. Our goal is to provide this opportunity to even more students. We've now expanded NAI to the Crenshaw corridor, adding Audubon and Obama middle schools to the program. And finally, we're also working to promote healthy communities through Keck Medicine of USC, not just with state-of-the-art treatment facilities, but meeting patients where they are through mobile clinics, community screenings, and a national model for treating unhoused neighbors in South LA and the East Side through our street medicine program. In conclusion, thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for your partnership, and thanks for everything each of you does to improve lives in this great city of Los Angeles.
Thank you, USC President Byung-Soo Kim. You know, I remember this next presenter last year when she spoke on housing, health access, and economic empowerment. So I know we are in for a treat. I am thrilled to welcome back Los Angeles County Supervisor Holly J. Mitchell, who proudly represents over 2 million people who live in the 2nd District. Supervisor Mitchell also serves on various boards and has been a powerful voice in areas like children's advocacy and healthcare equity, and is the chair of the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency. Please join me in welcoming Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Good morning. I'm gonna make sure you're awake. Say it loud. Good morning. No, come on now. Think. Say it loud. Good morning. I'm black and I'm proud. That's what you're supposed to say. Say it loud. All right, there we go. Good morning, everyone. I know Cynthia's like, I said last year I wasn't going to invite her back, and I did. I know that's what you're thinking. It's really an honor to be here with all of you, leaders, advocates, business owners, educators, LA County residents, all of us united by a shared purpose to build a Los Angeles where we can all thrive, where we can grow old with dignity and our children can live and thrive. I want to thank the Urban League for your leadership in continuing this powerful tradition of uplifting the state of Black Los Angeles, for centering not just data and policy, but people and progress. We meet today in a year defined by both hardship and resilience. Yet, even as we stand together today, we've got to confront the inequities that persist. This is why, for this state of Black LA, I want to focus the importance of standing up against anti-Blackness and the erasure of our Black immigrant brothers and sisters. By looking closely at the disparities within our Black communities and the often silenced stories of our Black immigrant communities, we can confront the root of white supremacy so that all of our immigrant communities are able to live freely and with dignity. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to host a virtual discussion on standing up for immigrant rights and fighting back against Trump with Nana Gomfi, the executive director of the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, and Manju Kulkarni, the executive director of AAPI Equity Alliance. It was important to me to have the discussion, not just for the times we live in, but because of my daily commitment to serving every resident in LA County, and particularly those who call the 2nd District home. This district is home to the largest population of immigrant communities across LA County. Over 266,000 undocumented immigrants live in the 2nd District out of a county of 10 million residents. That's 28% of our countywide population. I have the honor of representing a diverse range of immigrant communities, from Little Ethiopia to Koreatown, residents of Japanese heritage in Gardena and Crenshaw, and residents from across our immigrant diaspora who live throughout the district, including South Los Angeles. And when you zoom out of LA County, and it's worth noting that among 2.8 million Californians, about 218,000 are immigrants. That's 8% of our state's population. And nearly 1 in 4 Black residents are either immigrants or children of immigrants. That's why, with Nana and Manju, we had to confront this conversation and have the discussion about anti-Blackness and what that means in the context of immigration policy and what that means in the context of what we're experiencing right now across our country. I heard heartbreaking stories of immigrants from African countries that were being taken from their businesses and being snatched from their communities. Their stories are often unreported. So I want us all to think of these stories that aren't being shared, the ones that we know are being silenced, the people we know in our communities who are being harmed, and use our platforms to help amplify the voices that need to be heard. Soon, you're going to hear from my colleague at the county and get a detailed presentation on the state of Black LA from Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza, who leads LA County's Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative. We call it ARDI. But before I bring Dr. Scorza up, I want to share some numbers as well from the Black Alliance for Just Immigration's recent report on Black immigrants in California in conjunction with USC's Equity Research Institute. And this data is based on findings from 2023. Let me start by saying the Black diaspora in LA County is diverse and includes those of African countries, such as many African countries, West Africa, East Africa, but it also includes Central America, the Caribbean, and Mexico. Over 1/3 of the 930,000 Black immigrants living in LA County immigrated over 30 years ago. Again, 1 in 5 Black residents in LA County are immigrants or U.S.-born children of immigrants, again, 21%. Black immigrants in LA County speak a host of different languages, but 7% of households are what we call linguistically isolated, meaning no one aged 14 or older speaks English fluently. And over 38,000 Black family members are undocumented or live with an undocumented family member. We won't even go into all the other disparities, economic disparities, housing disparities, health disparities. And these disparities aren't about individual choice. They're about the choices made by systems over generations. Who gets access to this country? Who gets access to jobs? Where hospitals are built? How food deserts are allowed to persist? And whose neighborhoods are overburdened with pollution? I understand that a core component of today's discussion will be on economic empowerment and entrepreneurship as it relates to our Black communities and Black immigrant communities. So I want to uplift the power of Black entrepreneurship and how we're working to protect our Black-owned and immigrant-owned businesses across LA County. We've made historic investments through programs like our Economic Opportunity Grants, our Commercial Acquisition Fund, and our Economic Mobility Initiative to ensure that Black and Brown entrepreneurs have access to what they need most, capital, that they can actually own their commercial property and stay in neighborhoods that they help to build. Because economic empowerment is not about charity, that's justice. I'm also proud to join my colleagues on the board in creating an emergency resiliency fund for small businesses that have been impacted by these questionable immigration raids. So I encourage everyone here to please visit the county's Department of Economic Opportunity website so you can stay informed and connected to economic resources by visiting opportunity.lacounty.gov. I jokingly say that LA County is not your grandmother's LA County. I can say that because my grandmother was a clerk typist too, working for LA County. But for many years, when you think about the county, many people didn't think about the role we can play in helping to grow and expand business, in addition to the life-sustaining programs we offer in terms of poverty alleviation. So please know that LA County is moving in a direction that truly meets the needs of every Angeleno, but particularly now when we've got communities that need us to see them, hear them, and support them. The State of Black LA report and the report on Black immigrants in California don't just describe the problem, they hold us accountable to the solution. It commits all to look closely at the truth so we can take meaningful action. Because equity work is not about mere intentions, it's about outcomes. And the data we gather and learn about shouldn't merely sit on a shelf. It must guide where we invest, how we partner, and how we measure success. The only way to improve the outcomes for Black Angelenos is to center all Black voices in the policymaking process and ensure that when we say an inclusive economy, we center the notion that a rising tide lifts all boats. So I want to challenge all of us who are here today, whether you lead a business, a nonprofit, a government agency, or a community group, to ask yourself, how can I invest in equity across every sector of the diaspora that makes up our Black communities? Because solidarity without shared power is mere symbolism, and unity without accountability is performance. Our region can't thrive unless all of our communities thrive. So I'm proud to stand with each of you in this work every day to build a LA that truly embodies shared prosperity and shared humanity. I want to thank you again, the Los Angeles Urban League, for having the courage and vision to have this conversation year after year. This isn't about a one and done. This is about we're going to continue to raise these issues as we make progress. And now it's my honor to introduce a scholar, a strategist, a visionary leader who continues to challenge us to look at the truth in our data and to act with courage. Please welcome Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza, Executive Director of LA County's Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative, who will present this year's State of Black LA report. Thank you very much. I did that so they pay attention to you.
It's okay. Please give another round of applause to Supervisor Holly Mitchell. She's our incredible leader in the county, and without her, we would not be here. Good morning, everyone. You know, it's an incredible honor to stand before you as the Executive Director of Racial Equity for the Los Angeles County's Chief Executive Office, Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative, alongside the Los Angeles Urban League, many of you as community leaders, residents, and elected officials who are committed to a thriving Black Los Angeles County. Now, my office is tasked with advancing equality and preventing discrimination throughout the entire region, as well as producing the biennial State of Black Los Angeles County report. It's a 2023 report that goes over 2 years through 2025, and it's called Moving Forward in an Era of Regression. I'm here to speak with you about the report and what it means for the moment we're living in. Now, this report continues the county's commitment to addressing structural racism since the Board of Supervisors' 2020 Declaration of Racism as a matter of public health. And today's conversations, the ones you'll hear on the panels and throughout the entire day, will highlight both the persistent harm facing Black Angelenos and a few bright spots. Although we're going to discuss data, I want us to be grounded in truth and transparency, because while statistics reveal patterns, it's really the meaning that we make of this moment to understand the conditions at the root of these findings. That will help us get a complete picture so that we can ask ourselves, why are we seeing regression? How do we eliminate the harm our systems continue to inflict upon our communities? And can we imagine and design differently so that all of our families can flourish? The harm economy. Let's start with the first question. Why are we seeing regression? America's systems are straining under the weight of inequality, misinformation, and fear. Our economy, and by extension our democracy, is breaking under extraction, exclusion, and division. Now, experts might call this moment a polycrisis, which is, one where we have overlapping emergencies that multiply each other. But around the nation, coalitions are opposed to racial and gender equity in schools, agency in workplaces, and they're rolling back decades of progress. But this isn't only a social crisis, it's a crisis of meaning and belonging. The widening wealth gap, which America has witnessed over the past 60 years, is a result of a massive transfer of wealth from the middle class to the wealthiest families, increasing wealth inequality. Look at that chart. According to the Urban Institute in 1963, the wealthiest families had 36 times the wealth of families in the middle class. But by 2022, they had 71 times the wealth of families in the middle class. Additionally, the rise of populism and the backlash against climate justice, gender equality, and DEI are all symptoms of the same disease, a system that measures value by accumulation instead of contribution. Fear becomes policy when we blame immigrants or DEI instead of fixing broken systems. Every single era of racial progress, and I want to emphasize this, every single era of racial progress in America has been followed by backlash. From Reconstruction to Jim Crow, civil rights to mass incarceration, Black Lives Matter to the renewed division we're experiencing now. Whenever racial progress is achieved, resentment rises to meet it. That grievance becomes policy, driving divestment and stripping stability from communities of color. And that regression is not just cultural, it's economic, folk. Because these coalitions weaponize grievance, they turn fear into anger, and they use division as a tool for control. Now, people are angry, and rightfully so. Because even if you have a job, some of us struggle to feed our families, to pay the mortgage or rent, to access affordable health care, and to care for our mamas because Social Security is not enough to survive. And I know it because I'm doing it right now. We were all told to go to school, work hard, play by the rules, and contribute to our community, and you'll be rewarded with stability, safety, and prosperity. But that promise, folk, has long been broken, and people are smart enough to see the system for what it is, an economic order built to extract from our pain. That's why I call what we're experiencing the harm economy. In Los Angeles, we see its fingerprints everywhere. From life expectancy to homelessness to education, the picture is mixed. Little progress with deepening inequities. Now, this 2023 through 2025 update illuminates the trends impacting the quality of life, affecting Black residents over multiple years. We see in the economy the Black poverty rate. Measured as households living below 200% of the federal poverty level, it rose by 7.2% between years 1 and 2 of the report, a steeper increase than among white, Asian, or Latinx residents. This represents 1/3 of all Black Angelenos. In the area of health, Black life expectancy, it decreased by 1.6 years from 74.8 to 73.2. During that same time period, we saw white residents decrease by 0.8 years, Asian residents decrease by 0.8 years, Latinx residents decreased by 2.1 years, and American Indian residents decreased by 3.6 years. Black residents also face the second highest death by suicide rate at 8.2 per 100,000, which is above the average for all racial and ethnic groups in LA County. In the area of immigration, which we'll be talking about today, Black immigrants make up 8% of the Black population in LA County, and of that, roughly 1% are undocumented. Black immigrants, like all Black people in the U.S., are disproportionately targeted by the criminal legal system and are overrepresented in arrests, detentions, and deportations, as you heard Supervisor Mitchell talk about. Now, these aren't abstract numbers. They reflect real harm and human beings experiencing pain. Now, I want to tell you a story. In 1963, while sitting in a Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote a letter that continues to provide the moral clarity we need today. Now, he responded to his fellow Black clergymen. A lot of folk don't know that this letter from a Birmingham jail cell was to his fellow Black clergymen. And they wrote an appeal for law and order and common sense in dealing with racial problems in Alabama. They told him, hey, you gotta wait. You gotta be patient. You gotta let the system work itself out. Now, Dr. King, being the man he was, retorted, for years now, I've heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every Negro with a piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. And that justice too long delayed is justice denied. He continued on by saying, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And he closed, he told us, he reminded us that we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects us all indirectly. See, Dr. King understood what we are rediscovering now, that we cannot separate the well-being of one group from the well-being of another. Whether you're a Black family in South Los Angeles, a Latino worker in Boyle Heights, an Asian American small business owner in the San Gabriel Valley, or a white rural family in the Antelope Valley, you're feeling the same pressures. Rising food costs, stagnant wages, unaffordable housing, and the constant fear that one setback, one paycheck can erase everything you've worked hard for and sacrificed. And that's not to diminish the effects of the harm economy on Black communities. We're the bellwether in this story. We're the first to feel the full weight of the harm economy, and the harm that's inflicted upon the Black community often eventually reaches every other community. The harm economy is not a problem of racism alone. It is also a problem of design. The systems that got us here never truly worked for us all anyway. They were often built in the 1930s. It's time for an update, folk. We now have an opportunity to stitch back the garment of our shared destiny thread by thread, building new systems so that we all flourish. And that's the work that's before us now, to make belonging the design, not the exception. The belonging economy begins with a simple idea. Prosperity grows when value circulates, when every person and community has a stake in our collective success. Where the harm economy extracts, the belonging economy circulates. It measures success not by how much wealth we accumulate, but by how many people can build lives of dignity, purpose, and security. It measures prosperity by how well security, your time, and voice are shared, not by how much wealth pools at the top. A belonging economy replaces extraction with circulation and rests on 4 pillars that turn the moral vision that Dr. King laid out into material change. First, it rests on the need to have economic dignity, because every job should sustain a life, not just a living. I teach students at UCLA, and what I will tell you is that a lot of those young folk are worried about getting a job when they graduate. Many of your children are worried about getting a job when they graduate. Economic dignity means fair wages, portable benefits, and shared ownership models where workers have a real stake in the value they create. Second, collective security, because housing, health, and education aren't luxuries. They're the foundation of our freedom. That means stable homes, universal child care, and public health systems that keep families home, and the work the county is doing under Supervisor Mitchell's leadership, guaranteed basic income. The third pillar is restorative growth, because belonging requires repair. The harms of extraction didn't happen by accident, and neither will the healing. That means reinvesting in communities that have been left behind through community wealth zones, local enterprise, and reparation funds. And fourth, a democratic economy, because prosperity must be governed by people, not monopolies, not technocrats, not social media companies. That means strengthening anti-monopoly rules, expanding participatory budgeting, and ensuring data and decisions serve the public good. We can see evidence of what happens when we invest in a belonging economy instead of extraction, because during the pandemic, deliberate public investment showed us what's possible. So here's one of those bright spots I was telling you about earlier. Although many of our systems and our communities were under strain, the Black high school graduation rate in Los Angeles County actually rose from 75.7 to 82.1%. And you might be asking yourself, well, why? Why did that happen? It happened because of the deliberate public investment through the American Rescue Plan Act, the CARES Act, and local educational initiatives that provided schools with the resources to keep students connected, fed, and supported. It was really simple. We put money in schools. Together, these pillars form a blueprint for a different kind of economy. One that doesn't just measure profit, but shares prosperity. One where value flows through people, not just up from them to the top. We've seen glimpses of this through, as I mentioned earlier, guaranteed income pilots, land trust, and community investments that give families the breathing room to dream again and to pay their rent. Now, look, I won't pretend that these things I'm talking about will be easy or that we're living in an easy time. Funding is drying up at the federal level. Schools are being told they can't even say the word equity. And citizens are being arrested in without due process. People are scared, and rightly so. But that's the point, isn't it? The harm economy manufactures fear. It convinces people that someone else's gain must be their loss and that the anger they rightfully feel should be directed towards each other instead of where it's due. Here's the opportunity, and we can do it here in Los Angeles County. The belonging economy isn't something we wait for Washington to deliver. It's something we build together in our classrooms, our community, and in our region. Because even in challenging times, progress starts locally. As in Birmingham and the many towns where our ancestors held the line and did not back down. And where my ancestor, Jocelyn Agale Narcisse Scorza, whose emancipation papers I still hold today, made sure she stayed alive and fought so I can be here. Belonging happens when we refuse to let fear define our future. It's when we as Angelenos decide that our economy should be designed for circulation, not extraction. Public banks, reinvestments in our local parks. Hard moments don't have to be hopeless ones, because if belonging is built locally, then so is power. And that means we can act right here and right now. So I started at the top of this conversation and presenting of the report with 3 main questions. Why are we seeing regression? How do we eliminate the harm our systems continue to inflict upon our communities? And can we imagine and design differently so that all of our families flourish? Let's answer the questions. Why are we seeing regression? Well, the report speaks to that, right? This era of regression, this sort of racial grievance and policies that continue to extract value from our communities. How do we eliminate the harm? By creating a new system and by moving from a harm economy to a belonging economy. And can we imagine and design differently? We don't have another choice. Either we're gonna do it, or someone else will do it to us or for us. And I'm certain if someone else does, it won't be rooted in the principles of a belonging economy. That leads us to the conversations you're gonna be hearing today, listening to those panelists, because we're joined by some of the brightest minds and most committed leaders in the county. These are thinkers, these are builders, these are doers who will help us imagine what the future state of Black Los Angeles County can be and chart a path so that health, housing, immigration, and opportunity are not battlegrounds, but instead are bridges to prosperity. So the state of Black Los Angeles County is more than a report. It's a mirror reflecting the state of us all. When Black folks rise, the county, and dare I say, the country rises with us. So as you listen today, access the report on the QR code on your screen, on your television, and in the room, in the physical copies you have, and hold one question in mind. Are we building solutions inside of a system designed to create harm? Let me say that again. Are you building solutions inside of this existing system, one that is designed to create harm, or are we the architects of a new system designed for belonging? Because that answer will determine not just the state of Black Los Angeles County, but the state of us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scorza, for that insightful information. It is my pleasure to introduce a champion of health, Kim Johnson. She's the Secretary of the California Health and Human Services Agency, which oversees the department that provides critical health, social, and public health services to Californians across the state. Secretary Johnson is a passionate advocate for equity and opportunity, ensuring that individuals and families receive the care and support they need. In her previous role as director of the California Department of Social Services, she guided millions through the challenges of COVID-19. She championed economic opportunity and housing stability and led a transformation in child welfare with the kin-first approach that keeps families connected. Let's turn our attention to Secretary Kim Johnson's video message.
Hello, Los Angeles. I am Kim Johnson, Secretary for the California Health and Human Services Agency. I'm sorry I could not join you in person today, but I appreciate the opportunity to say thank you for everything you do in service to Californians. We are living in uncertain times, and given this, I want to reiterate the California Health and Human Service Agency's guiding principles to guide us in the how we approach our work. We continue to have a focus on equity. This is a continued commitment and shared value and essential to our responsibility to address disparities and disproportionality in the programs we administer. We actively listen to those being served to guide program design and policy. We are also using data to drive our actions and designing with the whole person in mind, breaking down the silos. And finally, we are cultivating a culture of innovation, leveraging our expertise, our excellence, and technology to strengthen program services and supports. California Health and Human Services strategic priorities. 1, build a healthy California for all. Our North Star is that all Californians have meaningful and timely access to care, live in healthy communities, and our zip codes no longer predict our health outcomes. We've made progress with improved access to health care, the lowest uninsured rate in health care coverage history in California at 6.4%. We're making drug costs more affordable. We have additional investments in reproductive health and transforming behavioral health so that anyone can access services at any place and any time. And we know we have more to do. For example, the California Department of Public Health Centering Black Mothers in California report indicates that the mortality rate among Black infants in California has declined over the past decade, dropping 25% since 2000. That is progress. Infant mortality among Black infants declines as resources in the neighborhoods improve. In the most privileged neighborhoods in California, Black infants are about half as likely to die before their first birthdays as those living in the more deprived neighborhoods. But infant mortality rates remain inequitably high. The California Black Infant Health Program continues to yield positive outcomes and is a cornerstone of support for families. We also have new investments in the workforce. The Healthcare Access and Information Department recently offered a grant cycle for its Midwifery Education Expansion Grant Program to fund a new licensed midwife education program in California. And the Department of Healthcare Services added doula services as a covered benefit to those participating in Medi-Cal.
We appreciate those insightful words from Secretary Kim Johnson. I'm so excited about this next panel. I'm a strong supporter of fitness and wellness. Plus, I'm sure we can all agree health is the new wealth. To kick us off, our first panel is titled Health, Increasing Access and Life Expectancy. Please welcome our panelists as they take their seats. We are thrilled to have Dr. Pierre R. Theodore, the Executive Director and Therapeutic Area Leader in Population Sciences at Roche Genentech. His 20-year-plus years of experience has resulted in significant contributions to clinical education and medical research. Also providing her voice and experience, please welcome Helen Torres, who has 25 years of service as the CEO of Hispanas Organized for Political Equality, also known as HOPE. Next, we are proud to include the discussion, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science, Dr. David Carlisle, and USC Vice Dean for Student Success, a teaching professor for USC Sol Price School of Public Policy, Dr. LaVonna Blair Lewis. Leading this conversation as our moderator is Dominique DePrima. Dominique is a podcast and talk radio host on KBLA Talk 1580, which is the first Los Angeles Black-owned talk radio station. She's also an artist, an activist, and health advocate. Let's give our first panel a hand.
Thank you, Melissa. I am just honored to be here with all of you and with this incredible panel. What could be more important right now than health and access and longevity, especially given what we're currently facing? So I'm looking forward to hearing from each one of our panelists. And I want to put the frame out there, as Dr. Theodore challenged me to do earlier, that really I would love for all of us in this room, because I know there are people from so many different walks of life and so many power players in this room, that all of us take a moment to think about what is our role? What can we do to improve access and to improve the outcomes when it comes to longevity as we look at the state of Black Los Angeles? I want to start with you, Dr. Theodore, since you went there with me, and also because one of the things you did in your work at Yale University was focusing on health equity. And so when we talk about equity, we heard Dr. Scorza, we heard Supervisor Mitchell framing this in terms of this cycle of harm. And I'm thinking about the big bill, for example. As we have less resources, perhaps we don't have Medi-Cal, perhaps we have defunding of programs that support clinics and programs that have allowed access for the less resourced communities. How does that impact the actual medical piece, the actual health care piece, when we talk about longevity?
Thanks, Dominic. Looks like I'm having a little bit of mic trouble here. There you go. Thanks very much for that. I want to just start off by offering my gratitude for all of you that are assembled here today, and in particular to the LA Urban League and University of Southern California and all the participants for engaging. And I think it's a critical way to start the conversation, which is how do these kind of structural challenges ultimately manifest in how we take care of patients and their outcomes and their well-being. You know, I have the pleasure of working at Genentech, which is a pharmaceutical company where we translate science into medicines. And before that, however, I practiced medicine for many years in East Baltimore in the Johns Hopkins Hospital, and it could not be more obvious to me day in and day out Thank you. Could not be more obvious to me day in and day out that there are some struggles that our community in particular face as a result of some of the structural challenges that you just pointed out. And the issue to recognize is that these issues are long-lasting, they are persistent. It is not a matter of a current political environment. While it does worsen, these issues are likely to remain for a significant amount of time. So it comes up to us, for example, in our industry, to think about issues of access. What are the barriers that patients face? The cost of medications, racism that experience in the healthcare system, finding the right partnerships that can engage with us to reach patients. And so we are committed to finding solutions and finding partners that can help us to address some of the disparities that you just pointed out.
And of course, our theme is Solidarity in Action, Black and Brown LA. And when we talk about access, we also have to look at job outcomes, right? We see among this data and the national data that Black women are losing their jobs, 300,000, I believe, since January. And we see the attacks on many in the Latino community based on the ICE raids, which of course has a huge economic impact on any family. And so when you lose your job, many times you lose your health care with it. Or if you don't have health care, you lose the ability to pay for it out of your pocket. And so in what ways can we support one another when we talk about solidarity in this economic piece where it's not just losing a job, it's losing access to care for your family?
Is that directed?
Yeah, that's addressed to you, Helen Iris Torres.
Well, let me also start with a moment of gratitude. First, it's a privilege to be in this room with individuals that I know every day are fighting for justice. So thank you so much for including myself as the CEO of Hope Hispanas Organized for Political Equality. I do want to give out a special shout out to Susanna Sandoval Young, who is on your board at the Urban League and made sure that we were a part of this conversation. Just appreciate her leadership. To answer the question, I want to ground it with some of the research that Hope has been doing. We have entered in the 4th year of a 5-year partnership with Black Women Organized for Political Action, BWOPA, in conducting with Kaiser support 3 key studies on Black women and Latinas in California and their experience with the healthcare system. We are wrapping up our 3rd study that speaks to your question around healthcare access, especially around healthcare professionals. But I want to focus on the first 2 that we completed, which was on mental health as well as maternal health. And the things that we have in common is the accessibility of costs is a burden for both our communities. The lack of physicians that understand our culture, understand our language, understand who we are when we show up in hospitals or in our doctors' offices is also a major barrier. And the last one, from a gender lens, for women in particular, obviously, what we're experiencing is a complete denial of our experiences. So when we go to the doctor, oftentimes they don't believe us. What does that result in? When it comes to healthcare access, we know that the majority of Latinas and African American women, they don't have access not because they're not working. In fact, that was what the Affordable Care Act was trying to solve for, right? Where we were working but in jobs that did not provide health care insurance. The Affordable Care Act and our public health system is really important to ensure that even if you're working and can't afford it, we will have good quality health care. We're not quite there yet. Unfortunately, because of the rollbacks that are happening, we're not going to get there anytime soon unless we organize and ensure that 1, we have access to good jobs, and that 2, that we continue to have good access to health care. Combined, we can do this together. We have the similar problems when it comes to the healthcare system that is not delivering for our community.
Yep, and it's well said, and I guess that's why our government is shut down as they argue over whether or not those Affordable Care Act subsidies will continue to be available for working class and middle class families to be able to afford that access. Dr. Carlisle, we were talking off the microphone about the impact of COVID-19 on life expectancy and how that hit particularly hard in the African American community. We already have historically had shorter life expectancy than other communities. It is bouncing back, is it not? How can we keep that bounce back going in the current environment?
Well, to be sure, the COVID-19 pandemic was probably the most devastating singular event affecting the health of African Americans, especially in California, in decades. And we're still reeling from that effect. Everybody that I know knows somebody or knew somebody who passed away during the COVID-19 pandemic. That's a profound statement. The African American community, as you point out, was disproportionately impacted because of where we are, the work that we do, our health in general, things like this. And the disparities in life expectancy, to be sure, they're bouncing back. They still exist, and this is a major issue here in Los Angeles. I note, we're here on the USC campus. My dad came to Los Angeles, was born here in 1927. My grandmother came here in 1918. In this community, when you look around us, you see the major issue with access to health care, because there used to be doctors around here. There used to be doctors over in Stalker, on Crenshaw. They're not there anymore. And as much as the Affordable Care Act has given us a ticket for health care, the ability to exchange that ticket for services has become a major problem. One of the results has been the issue that arose during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were devastated by that pandemic.
When we look at this data from the county, one of the things we see is that the number of African Americans who report having a usual source for health care has declined from year one, to year two. That we see we've gone from 17.2 to 11%, I believe. And so that to me is key, because it's the preventative care, I would imagine, and that consistent access that allows us to have better health outcomes in the long run. Dr. LaVonna Blair-Lewis, you talk a lot about cultural competency in your work and access. How do we solve for that?
So I want to start, again, thanking everyone for being on the campus. I've had many events in this space in my 30 years here, but I will say that this is the first time my Blackness has been centered in this space. So I thank you for that. So I think fundamentally, it really is about meeting people where they are, right? We can have grand plans and grand designs that mean absolutely nothing to people on the ground because no one checked in to find out what really mattered to people. And so when we start talking about, programs and practices that are designed to bring more people in, again, it's like, what type of invitation is being given? So for example, when I first got to Los Angeles and we were just looking at the information that people were getting about their choices, the grade level of the reading was the second-year graduate student reading. That was the level. Make a decision. If you got an 8th grade education, how do you do that? And so just making sure that people have information in a way that is meaningful for them, I think is the first step. I also think it's important to believe what people are telling us, right? Over and over again, people are saying, this is a problem for me, and they're getting gaslit. It's not true. People are telling you what's happening, and sometimes people aren't listening. That's why we have trust issues. I'm telling you what's going on for me and my family. I'm telling you I'm trying everything that you've said. It's just harder here. And if I live in South LA, and South LA is different from West LA, and when you tell providers that, sometimes they don't believe that. People want to make healthy choices. Someone needs to acknowledge that healthy choices are harder some places than others. Instead of blaming people for the choices that they're making, understand the choice sets that are available. I think that's how you make the connection. Make it meaningful. If it's 3 degrees removed from where I am, nice try, more work needs to be done.
So you're saying they don't believe you? They don't believe you, Blair Lewis? When you tell them what's happening, they don't believe you? It's different between South LA and elsewhere?
The data shows it's different. But again, it's like if you've always spent your life in West LA, it never occurs to you that it's different someplace. That's why the science matters. You have to show people this is true. It's not a figment of someone's imagination. That's why I say believe people when they explain to you their reality. It may not be yours, But if it's theirs, that's where you start.
Yeah, well said. Another data point that we have, which is a bright spot, but still not wonderful, is that from year 1 to year 2, Black residents saw the largest decline in the percentage of adults who ever seriously thought about committing suicide. It went down from 7.9 to 11%. That's really a pretty notable decline. And I want to circle back. I don't have data in front of me for the Latino community, but Helen Iris-Torres, you just said you completed a study around mental health and access. And I'm wondering how we can keep that trend line going down and what part we all have to play in that.
Yeah. So let me ground the study a bit. We did this study a year after COVID. And our concern was the isolation of Black women and Latinas during the COVID pandemic. What we heard overwhelmingly was they didn't feel, one, they couldn't understand how to access for a mental health provider. So the system was already failing them even before they got into the system because it was so difficult, especially if you're in public assistance, to get a mental health care provider. The second time, the second barrier was once they actually got an appointment, it was usually with an individual that did not believe them, did not believe the crisis they were going through. In fact, close to 64% of Black women and Latinas reported that they weren't heard when they went to their appointment. The third, it also builds on trust, was as they were experiencing going through a mental health crisis, they felt that they didn't have, one, their culture backing them up and believing, our families believing what they were going through. But they also felt a failure or a mistrust that if they share too much information, can I share that I'm undocumented? Can I share that I'm in public assistance? Can I share that I'm going through a divorce? Is this going to be held against me? Is somehow my data going to be shared? So that mistrust is something that we find that is common both in our Latino community and our Black community. And unfortunately, how the direction of healthcare under this new administration is going, where a lot of data sets are being shared, I don't see there's a solution for that mistrust at the current rate of how we're sharing data. And that's, I believe, would be a major concern.
Yeah, that's a big hurdle to overcome. I'm skipping over to some of the economic data because I believe that they are connected, and I don't think you have to be a rocket scientist to see that. When President Barack Obama took up the Affordable Care Act, a lot of people didn't look at it as an economic factor, but we know that Black families are getting bankrupted, American families are getting bankrupted by health care bills, et cetera. So I'm looking at this between the first and second year report. Black homelessness increased from 19,522 to 22,606. And I know, Dr. David Carlisle, that one of the things you've worked on a lot is access for people who have zero access. We saw it in COVID when people were coming from West LA to try to get shots over here in South LA because they were readily available. Now we have new guidance about COVID shots, and I wonder about any kind of future emergency of this nature. How would we be able to provide the same kind of care for the indigent that you were able to do during 2020?
Well, this is a big question and a complex question. But if we're talking about the social determinants of health, and this is social determinants, I want to reflect on the role of the LA Urban League in bridging some of these gaps, because for decades, the Urban League has contributed to improving the social economic status of Black Angelenos and Brown Angelenos. This has been a major role of the LA Urban League, and I just want to recognize that role, because things would be different in this area without the LA Urban League, for sure. So thank you very much. You know, when I think about healthcare, the best thing that you can do is prevent a condition before it develops. That is the role of vaccines. And without vaccines, things would have been very different during the COVID-19 pandemic. I shudder to think about how they might be different. I have to say, recognizing the great work that went into developing these vaccines, we would be in a different place without them. I want to salute people who worked on them, including the African-American scientists at the NIH, who was part of that effort. We're very fortunate that we had the mRNA technology developed, or was sitting kind of on the bench waiting for something to focus on. That allowed us to fast track COVID-19 development. So we're really talking about the intersection between science, public health, and public policy. And I'm worried that we're losing that focus on that intersection as we go forward today.
So, I mean, what does that mean? I know at KBLA Talk 1580, we have the
earthquake drill.
Sorry,
drill.
Hear this message. The advantage of being able to talk directly to our community. Sometimes Siri and the phones just, they have no manners. But we have the opportunity to talk directly to our community at KBLA 1580, and I know you do that. Most of y'all do that in your work. But how do we kind of circumvent this lack of trust, which I feel like it's going to grow? I mean, I could go into all the reasons why, but we'll save that for my radio show.
Maybe I can jump in here in that I think you're touching on an important issue that's kind of thematic, this idea of trust and trustworthiness, is that the sources of information that patients and individuals use to govern their decisions have become less and less reliable over time.
Right.
So traditionally we would turn to the CDC or the FDA, we would turn to very important organizations to help guide us, but that communication is broken down a little bit. And so therefore people often turn to more, let's call them pop sources of information, which can really impair kind of a clear thinking in how to engage with the healthcare system. So one of the issues that we're facing right now is a challenge of clear information that reaches patients when they need it in a way that's actionable.
Especially when those pop sources are the Secretary of Health and Human Services. I'm just saying.
I just wanted to add that I think that the role, speaking of the issue of trust, I mean, there are a lot of systems that use patient navigators, or promotoras, or community health workers, and these are people who are from the community, who have a different level of credibility than someone that's there part-time. And so I think the important issue is to recognize who are the trusted voices in the community, and how do we get those voices the right information, accurate information, because they can become disseminators of information in ways that we may never be able to. And so it really is recognizing the existing resources, recognizing that expertise comes in many fashions. There's the academic expertise, and there is the on-the-ground expertise and knowledge of what's happening on the ground. Yeah. And those things have to come together for people to really kind of advance in the way that we think is important, particularly when there is so much attacks and trauma that are happening right now.
So, I mean, what you're talking about goes to cultural competency. I don't know if that's where you were going.
I was. Both of our studies on mental health and maternal health, the doulas, the promotoras in our community are the most trusted when we did the survey. The third was nurses. So these are individuals that are closest to the patient and to patient experience. No offense to the incredible doctors that we have on the stage, because I trust you guys already. But it also was a woman's voice speaking to a woman's issue and being heard. That when we did our focus groups, that was so important. So the combination of having the expertise, having a system in which already comes hopefully built with trust of the patient and the patient experience. But for women, to be there for women, that was an incredible finding of our study. Regardless of Latina or Black women, being able to be in community was part of the solution.
I mean, that makes sense. There's some things I'm not going to say to a man, period. Sorry, Doc. I'm just not going to reveal certain things about certain things. And so that absolutely makes sense.
Dominique, if I may also.
Dr. Carlisle.
I wanted to add on to our discussion There's a survey African-American research organization called Veritas here in Los Angeles.
Yes.
They just did a study called Listening to Black Californians, asking African-Americans what they think about the healthcare system in our state. And the results were somber. Basically, if you are a person of color and you're getting ready to access the healthcare system, you have to put on a suit of armor. You have to wonder if, to your point, what I say is going to matter, or is the answer already there in this person's mind? As a healthcare provider, that is disturbing because it means that patients do not trust the healthcare system. And of course, we know that if you are a person of color, you have a good reason not to trust the healthcare system. This is a problem that needs to be fixed, and I think we're moving in the wrong direction today.
I mean, I feel like we always hear the example of Tuskegee. We always hear the example of the experiments. We always hear these old examples. But in reality, many people don't even know anything about that, and they're going based on their experience today. To your point, Dr. Lewis, about how people just don't listen. So I'd throw this out to all of you. How do we overcome that and build that trust? I don't think the answer is talk about, the Tuskegee experiment. I think the answer is something grounded in today.
Yeah, I mean, I think just for me, I personally think that my gift to the universe is asking questions and listening to the response, right? Because that takes work on both parts. Asking people what matters most to you right now, and let's use that as the starting point. Because all those other things that I think may be important are absolutely meaningless because you're thinking about groceries, you're thinking about your kids, and I'm trying to get you to sign up for this program. It's making it meaningful, and you don't do that by accident. You do that intentionally. You do that by connecting to people what matters to them, right? And that takes, like I said, you have to listen, right? You have to listen and then follow through. Accountability, I realize very recent, maybe it's not so recent. I realize that people want accountability for others, but not themselves. And that's the problem. That's the problem. It's like, okay, if we don't all see ourselves as part of the problem and the solution, nothing changes. Because I'm always able to kick the can down to somebody else, not my time, not my generation, not my problem. And so I think that's the issue. I can't do everything, but I refuse to not do that which I know I can do. I think that's what people need to understand. I'm not asking you to solve the universe problem. I'm asking, can you get groceries over there? Can you do that?
Yeah, and there's an intimidation factor, I would venture to say. Dr. Theodore, you're a cardiothoracic surgeon. If you have on the white coat and you're telling me X, I might not feel comfortable telling you Y. How do we bridge that gap?
Yeah, no, I think it's you're actually pointing out something important, which is that each interaction with a patient, each interaction with an individual is an opportunity to build the trust. And Helen and I were talking earlier that it takes, if not generations to build trust, but you can break it quite quickly.
Yeah.
And so I think the most important perspective that I can bring is to seek to understand before you're understood. So as a clinician in particular, to make sure I'm really listening closely to the voice of that patient and to recognize that that patient does not exist in an isolated framework. That patient is a part of a family, of a community, of a culture, and to understand the decisions that that person makes is contextualized, not just as a little individual one person, but with their sister, with the people in their community, the voices that they hear. The more that clinicians are able to tap into that multi-level kind of essence of what a person is, the better that they can make a collaborative decision between a physician and the patient.
I also want to join you and Dr. Carlisle in thanking the LA Urban League for the work that they've done, just evidenced by the fact that this room is full. Right. And we're streaming, we're being podcast and broadcast. That means people are listening. And that's so important. So thank you for that. And thank you, to Artie and LA County for putting this data together. I want to bring up two elephants in the room and see who wants to take them on. One is that I'm looking out at this incredible multicultural, varied age and gender crowd that we have in this room. It's packed. But I would venture to guess that we don't have anybody unhoused in here. And probably the number of working class or low resource people is low, because most of them have to be at work, right? So here's my number one elephant in the room is, are we, Black professionals, Latino professionals, the so-called talented 10th, the ones that are movers and shakers, are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? Or are we just like, I got mine, I'm cool, walking by the guy in the tent? Because I feel like at this moment in our history, with this administration that we have, those of us, and I include myself, that are doing all right, have more responsibility than at other times. And I'll start with you, Dr. Carlisle.
Well, thank you. I'll take on that elephant, Dominique.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I mean, we have to do the elephants, right? We can't ignore the elephants in the room.
It is indeed a big elephant in healthcare. And it really drives home the need to focus on taking care of patients before they get sick, focusing on social determinants of healthcare. Because when somebody comes into an emergency room, it's their trajectory is kind of already set. You want to keep them out of that emergency room. Being unhoused is probably the biggest negative contributor to life expectancy out there. The delta in life expectancy for the unhoused community is something like 15 years. That is huge. This is a big social problem. At our institution, Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science, we know that there are students out there who are unhoused. We spend a lot of time looking for them. We have solutions for them. At community colleges, many students are living in their cars. Right. In our CSU system, many students are unhoused. Even the University of California has unhoused students. This is a big social problem, and it contributes directly to adverse healthcare outcomes.
I would thank you for that. Let me take a bite out of that elephant as well. Hope is made up of, now we have leadership programs that start at high school, college, mid-career, and at the executive level. Our mid-career program is known as the Hope Leadership Institute. I see some of the alum here. And 10% of them are now in local office. 7% of them serve in the California State Senate. We'll have our first Latina California pro tem ever elected by her colleagues, and she's a Hope alum. I say this because I know these women well, and they very much share a similar story as mine. My mother immigrated to Detroit, Michigan, from the beautiful island of Puerto Rico, also known as Bad Bunny Land. And she came for one core reason: healthcare. I was born with a pretty serious health disease, and because of the public health system, she was able to get me my first open heart surgery at the age of 12. I share that experience because we may have arrived, but I haven't forgotten where I come from. And the women that were training to demystify government and to be part of government and to be leaders, they haven't forgotten where they come from. And it's upon us all that have had success to ensure that that success is met with responsibility. That responsibility is to vote, and to vote your conscience and vote your roots, and to vote to access health care for so many. At Hope, we have three key areas: education, healthcare, and economic empowerment. It's no mistake that a Latina that was raised by a single mother on a public health and public health assistance is advocating to ensure that that continues to be strong and serves our community even stronger.
Of course, yes, Dr. Lewis.
So I have to talk about the elephant in the room, because that's how I start my social justice class. What's the elephant in the room? What are we going to talk about today? But I also have to talk about it because when I told my dad that I was going to get my PhD, the one thing he said to me was, don't become an educated fool. I never asked him what that meant, so I came up with my own definition. It means that you don't forget where you came from. It means that you don't think that you're better than somebody else because you have an education. It doesn't mean that you don't, it means that you don't keep bringing other people into the space. Right? And that's the issue. I cannot forget my history. It shows up every day that I show up. And that's the transparency, the authenticity that is needed to make the kind of connections that can be transformative. There's an organization in Chicago, it's called Justice Informed. And the young man director Xavier Ramey, he said that we need the energy of the young people and the wisdom of the elders, because all too often what happens is that when we get into the office where we're the only one, we like, this is really a nice office. And I'm not gonna do anything to get out of it. And so we need to be reminded, you've gotta keep pushing because you're getting ready for the next folks to come through. So the work that I'm doing right now, I'm doing it for 2 generations of my family not yet born. Right. Because if I stand right here, it's just too overwhelming. And so the future focus is critical. I work with youth programs. I do pipeline programs, pathway programs, because it's hard for somebody to be what they never see. And so some people don't see themselves at USC, so we have pathway and pipeline programs to put them in the space. So maybe I'm thinking differently about it.
Mm. And of course, Dr. Theodore, we can't leave you out of the elephant in the room.
Yeah, no, that's an easy one to follow, right? But what I would say is that, look, I'm coming at this in large part from the pharmaceutical sector, which doesn't always have the best reputation in the world, let's just be honest right with that. But one of the things that we can commit to is that no one gets left behind when we develop new products that we wish to bring to communities. That means they're included in the entire process, from what we invest in, to the products that we develop, to the experiments that we do and the research that we do to eventually get those medicines to reach the patients that need them. So the one commitment you can anticipate from our organization is that we don't leave patients behind when we develop new products. So that's our particular contribution.
Okay, it's a big room. We got space for 2 elephants. So here comes the second one. Our theme is solidarity in action, Black and Brown LA. And while in real life, Black and Brown people, Latino people and African Americans work, play, live, commute side by side. I mean, that's the reality of LA if you actually live here and don't just hear about it on TV, national TV. So here's the question, though. I think many times we are also in competition, and there is a real undercurrent of us or them that I feel like we have to address. We can't just la, 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 skip along and pretend it ain't there. And I hear it probably more than anyone, because I talk to Black people. I've been talking to Black people on the radio almost every day for the last 30 years, okay? And I hear the complaints, and sometimes people think, you're a little too coalition-minded, Dominique. Well, I was on the board of the Community Coalition, surprise. But I think there are real issues there. I think there are real issues there, and I think if we just pretend they're not there, that doesn't increase solidarity. So let's talk about it. Oh, you know, Latinos are taking up all the space in schools and hospitals, and they're taking all the jobs. Oh, Black people do not respect Latinos. They exploit us. They rob us. These are the conversations. Oh, we can't get a job because of the nepotism in the Latino community or in the Black community. So how do we address these issues? Because I think in this moment, when we're talking about longevity and when we're talking about access, if we don't find a way to be synergistic and intentional in working together, it's not going to end well. And so I just want to get the perspective, and I want to start with Dr. Lewis, because you're very outspoken, and let's start there.
So I think that I would start with the idea that they want us to lose, period. And they want us to lose to such a degree that they will do anything that they can to divide us and to say that you cannot move forward so long as they're there. Because so long as I'm worried about the 10% that we might get, the 90% goes free. And so I'm going to point people to the 90%. That's our problem over there. We lose. It's like they want us at odds with one another because so long as we're challenging one another, we're not dealing with the elephant in the room, right? The fact that it is a systematic attack on people of color to erase their standing, to erase their contributions, to erase their value. And if you don't see that, you're not paying attention. And so that's why it's like, why are they working so hard to make us disappear? They can't handle our excellence. They can't handle our contribution. And so let's lift one another up and really freak them out. I think that's what you have to do. I mean, we have to communicate to one another. It's like, look, we both lose. We both lose. There's no other way to say it. So long as we're fighting one another, they win.
And the they is the people that don't want justice?
The privileged people. And that's a big category. But I just want to make it sure, make my definition of privilege clear. It's not about the money in the bank. It's about what you don't have to worry about. If you're always in the front of the line, it never occurs to you that there's a problem going on behind you. And so we have to keep reminding people, it's like they want us back here. Why? Because everything that we've done has been innovative, creative. They've tried to take it away from us. They've taken land. I'm going to stop.
I mean, I like to remind us that there wouldn't be a mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa, if it wasn't for Black and Brown solidarity. There wouldn't be a mayor, Karen Bass, if it wasn't for Black and Brown solidarity. And the list, there probably wouldn't be a President Barack Obama. That's right. And the list goes on and on and on. And why we forget that, I do not know. Dr. Carlisle?
Well, taking that head on, I'll just say there wouldn't even be a Los Angeles if there wasn't for Black and Brown solidarity. I think it was 1781, we were talking about dates, I hope I have that correctly, when the Pobladores founded this city. Half of them were Mexicans of African descent, and half of them were Mexicans of indigenous descent. This is a Black and Brown city at its heart, and that inspiration continues today. Fast forward to the 21st century, our institution is the only historically Black higher education institution that is also an Hispanic serving institution. There's another community college, to be sure, in San Antonio, where that's true, but out of 100 HBCUs, only one is Hispanic serving, and that's Charles R. Drew University. I tell our students, when you're in the emergency room, you have to take care of whoever comes into the door on a gurney or crawling in. And that person is just as likely to be Latino as they are African American. You have to take care of all communities if you are a Charles R. Drew University student or graduate.
Well said. Helen Iris Torres.
Yeah, so I'll take it from this perspective. At Hope, we role model what we want to see in our community. I mentioned the partnership with Black Women Organized for Political Action, BWAPA, and you mentioned Avirtus. That's our researcher. And so we went with a Black woman-led firm who also was contracting with a Latina professor in our research to ensure it was grounded in both our culture and our history and our experience. That's what I mean by modeling. Everything that we do at Hope is through the lens of not only, obviously, a woman's lens or a Latina lens, but a leader's lens. And what do we want to see in the world? And how do we replicate that? And I know what we want to see is an opportunity for everyone and not have this conversation about how small the pie is, but how do we grow the pie? I love what you said about innovation. I think there's so much opportunity when we come together and we share our experiences that we can be innovative and that we're growing the pie together. I think it's also very critically important that we speak to our young children and to our children and to our high school students about this and do it together to really show how Black and Brown community can come together because they're looking, they're listening, and oftentimes what they're looking at is social media that does not depict that or individuals that do not speak to a unified narrative. And I think we need to combat that by being good role models.
Yep. I think your partnership is also an example of one complaint we always hear is we show up for Latinos, but they don't show up for us. And it sounds like the work that you're doing is a refutation of that talking point. We're almost into our Q&A section. So Dr. Pierre Theodore, you're going to have the last word here.
I'm going to keep this really short. It's a story I virtually never share. My career actually started here at the University of Southern California. I was a fellow in transplantation here. One of the first patients that I ever saw who donated organs was an Asian donor and donated organs, and the recipients, the left lung went to an African-American recipient, the right lung went to a Caucasian recipient. And there was an insight early in my career of this kind of commonality of the experience of disease, the commonality of the experience of health. And so as I've moved through my career progressively over the last 25 or 30 years and into Genentech as well, we take very seriously this idea that these are commonly held challenges, that this notion of the us versus them is readily to be overcome. Because at the end of the day, at some point, most of us, almost all of us, are going to encounter a major medical challenge, and we want to make sure that the products that we develop are there and are available to all.
Yep. Well said. And I think to your point about social media, the way that Black folks are showing up for Bad Bunny is a whole vibe. It's really a whole vibe. So I want to, thank our panel. You guys are incredible. I wasn't kidding when I said I need each one of you guys on my radio show very soon. And we're going to go and take a few minutes here to have some audience questions with our incredible host for today, Melissa McGee.
Dominique, thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to draw your attention to the center of the room. Thank you, Dominique, and thank you, panelists. You guys stay put. We do have a question from one of our viewers, and throughout the show and throughout the program, during our conversations, we're going to hear from students here in Los Angeles. We've got Khalil Smith. Come on closer, Khalil. Stand right next to me. He's with Dorsey High. He goes to Dorsey High. And Khalil, woo woo. Dorsey in the house. Tell us what your question is for the panelists.
Okay. So my question is, what role do you think students and emerging professionals can play in breaking down barriers that keep undeserved communities from getting the rightful access to health care that they deserve?
And I think we have time for all the panelists, Dominique, to
Okay, I
answer
want to start with Dr. David Carlisle since he's the one with the medical school.
Well, I will speak to that from a different perspective, though. I spent 11 years up in state government in Sacramento, and I can tell you that the most impactful organizations when it comes to influencing state government are organizations comprised of students and young people. It helps, of course, if they wear white coats, to be sure, but high school students, college students, politicians sit up and listen when students are talking and asking for things because they're future voters. So I would say that you already have the power to make change. And if you have a target or a goal, organize to achieve it and get on the plane, get on the bus and head up to Sacramento, head downtown to our LA County Hall of Administration, our City Hall, and make it happen because our government will listen to young people.
Helen Iris Torres, you also do a lot of work in moving young people into the pipeline of influence.
So one of the key things that we do at our high school program is their juniors going into their senior year. And they do a survey of seniors about their experience, including access to health care. And they put together their recommendations. They do a presentation in front of the school board, but they go up to Sacramento with their own policy recommendations. What we've seen is when young voices are lifted up, amplified, more resources go into their schools. We've seen that time and time again when we are in front of school boards. And policy is much more informed from their perspective. So I'm in agreement that our young students, our students in general, are the best advocates for our community. We just have to ensure that we're always providing a platform for them and that we respect their perspective.
Dr. Theodore?
Just very briefly, that's a great question. And just to remember that the things that you learn in a technical education have to be married with a sort of a social understanding, a community-based understanding as well. When those two things come together, You understand an intracellular pathway, but you understand also where the patient lives and spends their time. When that kind of social understanding comes together with a technical understanding, you can make remarkable changes in this world, and we'll be looking for you.
I love that.
Dr. Lewis, 30 years at USC, I think you might know a thing or two about young people's role.
So I want to start by saying that for the last 3 years, we've hosted on campus this kind of youth summit. In the this March, we had about 300, well, actually 200 people, let me be honest. But those are kind of youth advisory boards that are connected to LA City, LA County, Long Beach. They have youth advisory boards, and some of the other agencies have youth advisory boards, and that is what they do. They basically take youth issues and elevate them to those different bodies. And so to recognize that you, no matter how old you are or how young you are, you have agency. Mm-hmm. You have the right to have an opinion. You have a right to mobilize other people around that agenda and that opinion. And I would say, one of the things I would say at this point in my 30 years career, is that you do not have to ask permission to do what you think needs to be done. You just have to be willing to put in the effort, the time. It may take time, but the bottom line is we're past the point of having to ask for permission for what we think is relevant, what we think is our definition of success, what we think needs to happen for our communities. I just say run with it. Again, it's like don't ask permission because it may not come, and so just do what you need to do.
Melissa.
Dominique, thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. That discussion was so insightful. We learned a lot of information. And Khalil, hopefully we answered your question for you. Dorsey, hi in the house. You guys, we have more to come, but we're going to take a 5-minute break. We've got more discussions on the backside of this. So come back in 5 minutes.
If you simply ask, what is the current state of Black LA? How are we Black folks doing in LA County?
That's a great question.
The answer is anything but simple. Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza oversees the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative, or ARDI, for LA County. He found that after crunching the numbers,
the issues are large, but they're not intractable.
The results widely reaffirm that racial inequality and lack of access are still hitting Black and Brown communities hard.
It's so frustrating, Michael, because it seems like a vicious cycle.
An unbreakable cycle grounded in long-established systems of imbalances, Cynthia Mitchell Hurd, president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League.
It's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. Some of the statistics have gone up, some have flatlined, and some have plummeted.
ARDI's data found that while Black high school graduation rates are up, so is chronic absenteeism. The median household income jumped $8,000 to $59K a year, but offset that gain with the climb of the Black poverty rate.
Black people are making more money, but not living long enough to actually enjoy it.
That's right.
Life expectancy has dropped. Black homelessness is up, and fewer Black people say they feel safe in their neighborhoods.
We are facing an absolute state of emergency in our country, in Los Angeles as well.
The Los Angeles Urban League has again partnered with LA County and will use that data as a jumping off point for the 3rd annual State of Black LA.
Lack of access to health care, unemployment, the fact that we have difficulty being at certain tables. Still, where are we now? 2025? Why am I still talking about the same issues that my grandparents and your grandparents fought for?
One room, one day. Public and private leaders, community voices, and change makers tackling the shared challenges of Black and Brown people. The hope of turning conversations into real change. Scenes like this.
Oh, come on. You couldn't help but bring it.
Playing out across Southern California, in fact, the country. Mitchell Hurd felt compelled to fold immigration into the conversation.
We've got to talk about this because there are immigrants in the Black diaspora as equally. We have to hear what everybody's thinking.
LA County is home to one of the fastest growing Black immigrant populations in the western United States.
Let's bring those individuals together. People from the community, real life stories. The issues that the Black and Brown community face are one in the same. And now I'm talking about solidarity, Black and Brown.
The challenges are real. Perfection is unlikely, as groups like the Urban League face funding cuts and diminishing services. Still,
what would happen if I just took my mic off and said, Michael, I'm going home? I'm just going home. I've had it.
As far as Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd is concerned,
let's go. It's time.
When it's your mission to improve and better the state of Black LA and beyond, conceding is just not an option.
No more of this craziness. We're not getting anywhere. So bring it. Bring the resistance. Now, I don't know if I've got that we shall overcome fight in me, but I'm sure going to try, Michael. I'm going to try my darndest.
So if you're asking yourself, why should I care? Dr. Scorza raises this point. He says nobody wants to be othered, and the desire of belonging is essential to our ability to thrive as humans. So the message of solidarity is key in building an entire society that advances human flourishing. If you're interested in seeing Artie's full report on the state of Black LA, which includes some of the programs the county already has in place, we have it posted on our website, NBCLA.com. I'm Michael Brownlee, NBC4 News.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage the LA Urban League's president and CEO, Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd.
Well, are you guys having a good afternoon so far? Good, good. Wasn't that panel just amazing? My goodness, it was very thought-provoking. Well, welcome back, everyone. I'm sure you'll agree that we're off to a great start. The Los Angeles Urban League operates 5 strategic pillars: education, workforce development, advocacy, and our newest action pillar added this year in response to the fires, we call it recovery and rebuild. To keep us running smoothly, we rely on generous support of multiple organizations across corporate, government, nonprofit, and philanthropic sectors. We cannot do this without you. Many of you are in this room today. And having said that, I want to welcome some of our most important on stage for a special presentation that underscores that commitment. Please join me in welcoming Monique Trosclair Maddox, CEO of the Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Foundation. Next, we have Freddie Seguero, Vice President of External Affairs at Comerica. Come a little closer. And we also have, plus, Jill McCullough, Vice President of Corporate Social Responsibility, and Delphine Pruitt, Vice President and Business Access Advisor, both at U.S. Bank. This is just wonderful, and thank you. The Los Angeles Urban League thanks you. We all thank you, and let's give them a round of applause. This outstanding woman next to me is a new strong supporter of the Los Angeles Urban League, and she shares the story of how her organization and our organization got connected. It is quite remarkable. Please, we just can't thank you enough. Monique, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Cynthia, and thank you to the leadership of the Los Angeles Urban League. I'm honored to be here at the State of Black Los Angeles with those of you who carry commitment, courage, and a fierce love for our communities. I want to begin by acknowledging the important work of the Los Angeles Urban League. For more than a century, you've stood on the front lines of civil rights, economic justice, and advocacy for African Americans and underserved communities. You've adapted with the times, and today you lead not just for Black Angelenos, but in solidarity with all who are marginalized. When the Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Foundation was created, we named truth as our foundation and healing as our purpose. Our vision is to build infrastructure for moral repair and structural transformation, not just for descendants of Jesuit slaveholding, but for those who are in our communities who could benefit from the healing our foundation makes possible. I'm here today because our mission and your mission have so much in common. We believe both in the equity is just a hallmark of a just society. We both believe that truth-telling is not a burden, but a path to a better world. And we both believe in the power of and the need for community. When decades of disinvestment fracture trust in our systems, when trauma is forced to stay unspoken, or when fire ravages our homes, where else can we find resilience but in community. Community is the promise that no one is forgotten. It's where we work together to repair what has been broken, whether those fractures are in our systems, in our relationships, or in our hearts. In January, as you all know too well, the Altadena community suffered a brutal blow. The wildfires and their aftermath of devastation disrupted thousands of lives, destroyed homes, and left wounds that are still raw today. And that's why I'm here. Today, we're proud to present this check that you see to the Los Angeles Urban League with not just this grant for wildfire relief, but we also have another check. Altadena is home to several descendants of Jesuit slaveholding, and we are committed to helping our community rebuild. But just like we also know that times like these invite us to broaden the meaning of the word community and to understand that our shared struggle creates a shared obligation. Community is who we choose to stand with and how we respond when the people next door and across town are hurting. This foundation is led by people like myself who are descendants of the men, women, and children who were enslaved by Jesuits and whose bodies and lives were sold away so that Georgetown University could have a healthy balance sheet. We've spent years forging a path with the Catholic Church, and I can tell you what that experience has taught me. You can't build healing in silence. You can't build a future on the backs of myths. And you can't rebuild a community alone. And that is why we are awarding the $20,000 grant to the Los Angeles Urban League for community healing, to invest in the emotional and spiritual work that enables communities to lead their own renewal. And when I say community healing, I'm talking about healing that empowers local voices to lead the narrative and the recovery. Healing that begins and builds social infrastructure in the form of meeting spaces, listening circles, mental health support, the arts, cultural activities that help people process, mourn, and reimagine. And healing based in justice, which means changing systems, like you've heard today, so the next disaster doesn't disproportionately disadvantage those who are at least equipped to rebound from it. So today, as we present these two checks, we're also presenting a commitment to a shared future in which community means not just survival, but a sense of connection and accountability to each other. Just as the Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Foundation is building a model of how our world heals from the legacy of slavery, I know the Los Angeles Urban League is building a model of what love and repair looks like on the ground. And so I am inviting and showing you here my fellow descendants and Angelenos, Katrina Albrand and her sisters Whitney and Kristen Haggins, as well as Father Scott Santa Rosa, who all represent the foundation, and join me in congratulating all of you on the presentation of these grants.
Please welcome back to the stage your host, Melissa McGee.
Thank you. Our next presenter is proud to serve as the 37th Congressional District in Los Angeles County, Congresswoman Sydney Kamlager Dove. Throughout her career in public service, she has fought tirelessly for policies that advance racial equity, expand economic opportunities, and uplift communities too often left behind. And throughout her career, she has been a major supporter of the Los Angeles Urban League. Once again, let's turn our attention to the big screen as our Congresswoman joins us via video.
Good morning. I am Congresswoman Sydney Kamlager Dove, and I proudly represent California's 37th district, the very community where you are gathered today. I'm truly honored to join you at this year's Los Angeles Urban League's State of Black Los Angeles. I would like to take a moment to express my deep gratitude to President and CEO Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd for your partnership. Give it up for Cynthia, y'all. For the Urban League, LA Urban League, for your leadership in this vital work. To USC, fight on, my alma mater, for being such a generous host. And to all of you all who are in attendance. Brothers and sisters, this year has brought no shortage of attacks on the civil rights of not only our Black community, but also our brown neighbors, both across the nation and here in Los Angeles. That is why today's panels are so important. As we hear from change makers and experts on health, economic empowerment, and entrepreneurship, and immigration, we are reminded that the systemic challenges we face are shared, and so is our fight. Black Angelenos carry the highest rates of high blood pressure and obesity, while Latino Angelenos experience the highest rates of diabetes and COVID-19. Together, our communities are dying at disproportionately higher rates than anyone else. This is absolutely no accident. It is the direct result of economic injustice. Black and Latino Angelenos earn less in income and face higher rates of poverty than others. Yet despite the odds stacked against us, we are witnessing a rise in Black and Latino-owned businesses, fueling our city, nurturing our culture, and proving our resilience. Now, that resilience is being tested once again with federal immigration policies. Over the last 5 months, ICE has invaded our Angeleno communities, kidnapping fellow Latinos without due process. No Angeleno should have to struggle for health and economic security, nor live in fear of being separated from their families. That is why, at the federal level, I have championed for racial equity in healthcare and fought to protect Medicaid funding that supports Black and brown children, parents, and grandparents. I have secured community funding for organizations prioritizing workforce development and economic empowerment, including $963,000 for the LA Urban League's Transitional Aged Youth Mentoring and Career Development last year. I am also helping to ensure that Black and brown businesses can capitalize on the city's upcoming major sporting events. More of this work is needed, not only from me, but from each and every one of you. And I know you can do it. We must unite with our Latino neighbors because that solidarity is the economic and social power we need to build a stronger, more equitable Los Angeles for future generations. So I look forward to seeing the powerful contributions of the LA Urban League and each of you in driving change to tackle the health, economic, and immigration disparities harming Black and brown families. Thank you.
We appreciate those remarks from Congresswoman. And our next speaker has broken down barriers. Before becoming the first African-American to serve as California's Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber dedicated her career to expanding access to education, advancing civil rights, and ensuring that every voice and vote counts. From teaching at San Diego State University and now to the California Capitol, Dr. Weber's genuine passion and tireless quest for equality and fairness in all sectors of life have resulted in her pursuit of reforms in education and criminal justice. Direct your attention to the video message of the Honorable California Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shirley Weber, California's Secretary of State, and I am truly honored to be with you today, even if it is virtual. I always honor the Urban League and its work in Los Angeles, but also across the nation. And the fact that you're having a conference today, an important discussion about Black Los Angeles and the progress that is made or the lack of progress that's made over the years is extremely important. You know, it is important that we come together. And that's what this is about. I'm sure all of you have seen the Sankofa bird, and that's the bird that looks back and flies forward. And sometimes it looks weird when you see it because you're saying to yourself, is this bird lost? Is it confused? It's looking back. How can it know where it's going? But the reality is the Sankofa bird in West Africa tells us very clearly that unless you look back and know where you've been, it is impossible to navigate where you're going. And that's what this conference is going to do. It's going to look at where we are, where we've been, the progress we've made, and the steps that we've taken to get to where we are today, and then determine what we need to do to move forward. To not look back and to not recognize all the things that we've done, the achievements that we've made, and then look where we are today would be foolish in so many ways. We have achieved a tremendous amount of progress. I know as a kid coming to Los Angeles, this was like the dream come true to come to Los Angeles and to recognize the fact that my father had been a sharecropper and to come to this place where he could find a place where he could have some dignity, where he could have an opportunity to work a job and get what his pay that was due, and then to send his kids to the best institutions in the world, the universities of California, was actually a step forward for this generation. And it's one that we should never, ever forget. But we also have to realize that if we have moved this far, we cannot stop at this point and not continue to move forward. For to do that makes mockery of who they are, but it also stagnates us and gives very little to our children as we look forward. I look forward to seeing the results of this conference. I know that many of who are going to be speaking today have a lot to tell us and a lot of things that they've seen and a lot of hopes and dreams for tomorrow. I do too. As we approach the upcoming election, I hope we remember how hard we fought to get the right to vote. My parents never voted until they came to California. After 200 years of being in this country, I am just a second-generation voter because all of the things that were done to us to make it impossible for us to vote. Even though we had the right to vote, we did not have the opportunity to vote without really risking our lives and those of our families. So let us not forget come November 4th, that we also, as we talk about where we've been, we have to talk about where we're going. And we have to live up to the legacy of voting and the power of voting, regardless of the circumstances that happen. We have to realize that our parents understood that basically voting, getting degrees in education was really the key to progress. And we have seen that in the election of Obama, election of many of those in this audience, and I see it in my own personal life. So I am honored to be with you. I hope to look forward to see the results that are there. Thank you for giving me the chance to let you know that California is an amazing state. Los Angeles is a powerful city, and we have tremendous opportunities and responsibilities to not only to look back, but to continue to move forward. Remember, I'm Shirley Weber, California Secretary of State, and I wish you a wonderful, wonderful meeting today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shirley Weber. Next, we will hear from Assemblyman Isaac G. Bryan, who represents California's 55th Assembly District. Assemblyman Bryan's leadership and policy work have improved the lives of those facing housing insecurity, challenges within the prison system, and limited support for youth in foster care, an issue close to his heart. He co-chaired the historic Measure J campaign, which dedicated nearly $1 billion of Los Angeles County's annual budget toward youth development, education, workforce opportunities, minority-owned small businesses, and housing assistance. Assemblyman Bryan expressed that his fire is always inspired by the people and his community. It continues to feel the impact of his dedication and vision. Let's hear it for Assemblyman Isaac G. Bryan.
How we feeling today? I thought about sending in a video, but I figured we should spend as much time as we can in person with one another. The state of Black California is complicated right now because the state of our country is complicated right now. And I think it's important to note the progress that we've made, and we've made tremendous progress. In fact, just a few days ago, the governor signed a Bureau for American Descendants of Slavery into formal state law. There will be a formal bureau and agency dedicated to the repair of the harms of slavery in California now and thereafter, in no small part due to Senator Bradford, who's sitting here on the front row, and my colleagues in the Legislative Black Caucus. He also signed a pay raise for incarcerated firefighters, which I fought all year, because we know that for over 100 years here in California, we have still relied on slave labor. We know that the 13th Amendment freed us, except from the conditions of the criminal legal system, and that our labor could still be exploited everywhere around the country. When LA was burning, it was black folks in orange jumpsuits who were working week after week after week to put out some of these fires, making as little as $10 a day. Now they will make the federal minimum wage. That pay rate goes into effect immediately. We also know that the governor has cared specifically about our communities here in South LA. See, I represent the largest urban oil field in the country. Many of you know it, the Inglewood oil field, the Baldwin Hills oil field. Last year, the governor signed legislation to close that field because it's not producing any oil. It's just lowering our life expectancies. It's increasing our rates of heart condition. It's giving our children asthma, and it's supposed to close by 2030. And even though that oil company is suing the state, they're suing the state because in that legislation, we required them to pay into a community health fund that can only be appropriated within 2 miles of the field. That's where we live. We've been harmed. We deserve that repair. That's environmental reparations. But it ain't all good, y'all. We know it's not all good. When the federal government cuts our health care, makes it harder for our students to get an education, cuts our veterans' benefits, cuts all of our social safety nets, erases our history out of museums, we're not okay. We know when they come for our undocumented brothers and sisters, but they are detaining them without due process, calling everybody a criminal, even folks who are doing nothing but fighting to survive and provide for their family, when they're rolling through our streets, South LA, with the military stationed up at the Home Depot on Slauson. That impacts us. That is our issue. When civil rights are being rolled back against anybody, they are civil rights that are being rolled back against us, and we can't stand for it. We have to stand up. We have to show out. That's also why I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and encourage all of you to vote for Prop 50. And the reason we have to do that is not because gerrymandering is okay. I chaired the elections committee for 2 years. I wrote legislation to require independent redistricting for every level of government after the LA tapes came out. No politician should be drawing lines. I believe that. You believe that. But what Donald Trump is doing is he's reaching into the blackest states in our union and drawing out our representation in the federal government. He is consolidating his power for all 4 years off the backs of our communities. And again, we can't just take that. We've got to stand up. We've got to squabble up. We've got to fight back. Prop 50 gives us that opportunity. We're going to fight fire with fire. We're not going to turn the other cheek on this one. My mama would be a little bit disappointed. But she also always taught me, if they swing first, you put them down. Our greatest weapon is our solidarity. No change in this country, no change in this state, no change in this city has happened without black folks standing shoulder to shoulder with one another. And I tell you that because there are folks who would like to divide us. They are actively trying to divide us, to make you believe that you have less in common with your black elected officials or your black neighbor or that business down the street than you do with the oppressors in the White House. We have to stand together in this moment. And when folks see us standing together, that is when they show up with us. That is when the greatest solidarity that allows for the mass movements that have sparked real progress in this country, that's what's going to make that change, because he's just getting started with the harm in the White House. So while the state of Black California is progress, it is moving. The future is uncertain. It becomes a lot more certain when I look in rooms like this. When I see you all gathered and I see you all ready to get active, know that I will be in Sacramento getting active with you. Thank you.
Well, Isaac got everybody excited. Thank you so much, representing the 55th Assembly District. Assemblyman Isaac, thank you so much. It is time now for our next panel. By a show of hands, just want some audience participation. If you are an entrepreneur, a business owner, or soon-to-be business owner, a show of hands in the audience. Great, great. This panel is just for you. You guys are in the right place. The next panel is titled Economic Empowerment and Entrepreneurship, Building Pathways to Prosperity. In chair one, here to my immediate left, or soon to be my immediate left, please welcome Robert Saucedo, a leader with more than 30 years of experience advancing youth empowerment, economic development, justice, literacy, and financial inclusion. Since 2019, he has served as president and CEO of Community Build. Seated next, thank you so much, Mr. Saucedo. Seated next to Mr. Saucedo, we have Kevin Harbour, a successful entrepreneur with tremendous business acumen. Kevin is the president of BizFed Institute. Thank you so much, Kevin. Next, we are pleased to introduce Elizabeth Livy Williams, who has over 30 years of economic development experience working in Southern California and is the owner of Williams Consulting Group. She also currently works as the director of small business for the office of LA Mayor Karen Bass. We also have Dr. Manuel Pastor. He's the founding director of the Center of Justice, Tolerance, and Community at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Dr. Pastor is now USC's Distinguished Professor of Sociology and American Studies and Ethnicity. This engaging dialogue will be led by Danny Bakewell Jr., the executive director of the Los Angeles Sentinel, which is one of the largest African-American owned and operated newspapers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our impactful panel. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. How's everybody doing today?
Right.
All right. Well, this economic panel, we got it together. Thank you, Cynthia and the Urban League, for all your hard work and commitment to our community. So we're going to just dive right in, and hopefully we'll talk about some things and give you some information that you can use. So to the panel, how can the county and its partners improve on the economic outlook for Black and Brown communities and create an equitable pathway to wealth? And I'm going to start with you, Robert.
Well, I think it's important that local leaders in county government, city, first really understand the difference between a small business is a micro or microcosm of a bigger macro situation. So if you're in the aviation space or healthcare space, and understanding how to negotiate and articulate that space and how it trickles down into small business, and creating programs that educate better and link those businesses to be part of the bigger picture with some intentionality.
Kevin, same question.
Thank you, Danny. In my opinion, the business community is an ecosystem, and there are a lot of components that make up that ecosystem. And we have to create a platform to bring all these elements to the table and to reach a consensus on a path forward. And by doing that, we're stepping out of our silos and collaborating and combining our resources, specifically around industry sectors that show promise and consistent performance.
All right. Libby?
So speaking from the government side, from a city perspective, I always get frustrated whenever I hear an elected official, no offense, say that I'm going to create so many jobs. That's what I'm going to do. And I always think to myself, that's not true. No one creates jobs who are elected officials. Nobody in government creates jobs. Only entrepreneurs, only small business owners. You are the only ones who actually create jobs. Our job, our role is to get out of your way and to make it as easy as possible for you to be able to do business and operate and to grow so that you can actually offer more jobs to the community. How we go about doing that is what we need to focus on. There are a lot of things that we could do better, but as they both have stated, we have to be able to marshal those resources together to be able to help those who might just have an entrepreneurship hobby and see how we can help nurture that into an actual full-blown business. So that's one of the ways I think that the city and the county can assist small businesses.
All right. Dr. Pastor, same question to you.
So first, let me start by welcoming all the people from UCLA who are... I just want to let you know that while I teach here, both of my children went to UCLA because they knew that that would require their parents to pay full tuition, and they wanted us to suffer. And also just to explain why I'm using a mic, it's not because I want to be a lounge singer although I do. I have a voice condition, some of you know about it. It's called spasmodic dysphonia, spasms around the voice box, makes your voice scratchy. It's a condition that's been made famous by Robert Kennedy Jr. You know how his voice is really scratchy? So if my voice was not treated, I would sound like Robert Kennedy Jr. I would not be as delusional as Robert Kennedy Jr.
All right.
But what I would add to this conversation more substantively is to try to create a bit more urgency around these issues as well. I mean, if you look at the Black and Latino household income relative to white household income, it's lagging by about 30 to 40% in LA County. But if you take the same groups and look at households raising children under the age of 5, the next generation, what you find is that white households raising children under the age of 5 make almost 3 times as much as black households raising children under the age of 5, about 2.5 times what Latino households make. So we are baking inequality in. And much as you've called the political figures out for not understanding where the jobs get created, another part is how our political figures and our business and civic leaders communicate the urgency of making these changes and creating these opportunities now, so that not just Black and Latino folks can thrive, but that all of LA can thrive. Because if we bake inequality in like that, that's shipwrecking prosperity for the entire region.
Thank you. So, Libby, let me ask you this question. The report currently says that over 300,000 black women have kind of withdrawn out of the workforce over the last 3 months. Why is that, and how do we deal with that?
That was because they were fired from the federal government. That's part of what the statistics say, is that a large percentage of those who have been laid off from this administration were black women, black educated women. Might I also add, though, that black women are also the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs in this country as well as Latinas. Right? So we have to look at it as potentially an opportunity, because you've got some excellent skills and some training and education. Perhaps they aren't going to go look for another job. Perhaps they're going to, hang out their shingle and decide to open up their own business. What can we do to help support them in that effort is what we need to be thinking about.
Thank you. So, Dr. Harbour, African Americans currently have the highest unemployment rate of all communities at 10.6%. Latinos, while at 6.5%, are trailing as well. How do we begin to address that unemployment, and how do we, level the playing field?
Thanks, Danny, for that question. As mentioned, my name is Kevin Harbour. I'm the president of the BizFed Institute, and we convene forums on issues that affect the regional economy, one of them being workforce development. And what we found is that there's a lot of information that doesn't reach our community. The fact is that there are industry sectors that we just don't, or I'm not going to say we just don't, we're just not aware of them. When I go into meetings on infrastructure with water resiliency, all the utilities, clean energy, like green hydrogen, you don't see us in the room, right? These are high-paying, thriving career jobs. And, even though that my organization isn't a quote-unquote black organization, because I have a majority Republican board, my job is to make sure that no one gets left behind, certainly my tribe or the Brown tribe. So what I do is I do extensive outreach into our community to get people in the room to understand these opportunities, to introduce them, and we have to magnify that. We have to do more of that. There are a lot of elected officials in this room that have been gracious enough to take that mantra on, and I'm looking at them in the front row and have actually spoke at our events and then taking that messaging back to their districts and to their constituency. And to be candid with you, you know, it takes about $149,000 now, what I understand with the interest rates where they are, to buy a home. Buying a home is, you know, your initial vehicle for building wealth. And so in addition to making people aware, also preparedness, upskilling. There are community-based organizations out there that are positioned in these particular industries that, you know, everybody's worried about AI. You better get on board, right? Because it's already here. It's everywhere. And instead of being scared, get educated, get ready. I got 30 years in IT. I've had to pivot about 4 or 5 times in my 45, I'm just aging myself, 45 years of employment. And, you know, we have to just really understand that, you know, when the tide changes, we have to change. We have to get educated. We got to be prepared because you have to add value to your organization. And when you get educated, you get confident. When you get confident, it comes across in the interview process. And those of us that are already where we are, we have to reach back, pull up, you know, mentor someone and make sure that they understand what's at stake here. Because I'm a baby boomer and I'm terming out in terms of the workforce. Who have we as a group reached back and educate, prepare, and be positioned to pull forward so that we can maintain our communities? You know, I grew up in Leimert Park. We all know what's happening there. Who can afford to buy a house now at $1.2 million at 1,200 square feet, 2 bedrooms in Leimert Park? This is serious. So, you know, we got a workforce development forum tomorrow at UCLA Extension. I sit on their advisory board. I put out the word. And we got folks showing up. We're getting people hired on the spot. There are organizations right now, you know, Brotherhood Crusade, Urban League, you know, you guys are out there doing a phenomenal job. And we have to support you. We have to show up, just like all y'all are here. We have to show up and we have to be ready to throw down, help, and be unapologetic about it.
Thank you. Dr. Pastor, poverty in the Black and Brown community has risen over the last several years from 29% to 36%. How do we curb this trend that where we're getting poorer while everyone else is getting richer?
Thank you for a really simple and easy question. I think part of it is understanding that there's a couple of different elements here. We like to think that education is going to make a difference, and it does. It does help people do better in labor markets. But if you look at each and every level of education, lacking a high school degree, having a high school degree, community college, or a BA, Black and Latinos lag whites in each and every one of those categories. Now, for African Americans, most of it is job discrimination. There's still significant discrimination, both in labor markets and in terms of promotion. For Latinos, it's some of that. It's also a lot of uncertainty about legal status, where employers don't necessarily know. What Black and Latino job searchers and job holders share is a lack of network effects. That is, often you're part of a great network of friends who, like you, do not have good jobs. And that does not help you branch and move up. And I think that's part of what Kevin is talking to as well, is that we do need to have an attitude of, instead of, boy, I'm glad that's not me, there, but for the grace of God, go high. And how do we see ourselves in someone who is lagging and try to think about what are the policy mechanisms, what are the personal connections, what are the strategies to make sure that our communities as a whole succeed.
Thank you. Robert Salcido. So I got to make sure I make this statement and ask this question in the right way, that the median income for African Americans has grown from $51,000 a year to $59,000 over the past 24 months. However, we are still far below the other median income of other communities. How do we begin to address that? How do we raise the playing field? We're behind by about 30%, so it's a long way to go.
Yeah. So if some of you may remember in 2018, let me pause for a second.
Sure.
I need to make one correction that I started out wrong. Let me first, as Joe Ruzan taught me to have good manners, acknowledge the Urban League and Cynthia for the work that they've done to put this together. Thank you for having us here. Intentionality is critical for how we move forward and address the income gaps and how we grow. I think that, ask the question again, because there's a key part of your question I want to make sure I address. If you could ask that question one more time.
Sure. So the median income for black families has grown from $51,000 to $59,000. However, even with that growth, we are still far below the median income of other ethnic communities across the board. We're still the lowest. How do we address that, raise that number to be equal to other?
So I don't think we'll get to equal because we started out so far behind. In 2018, the LA County put together a report called Portrait of Los Angeles County. It was the Human Index report. And it specifically called out an investment in African-American men. It's the only report to ever do this to date. And we get these reports, but then no one acted upon it. And so there needs to be some duality in the fact that, one, there has to be a commitment and a promise from those in government to follow through on those investments with intentionality. And two, we have to make a commitment as the village to upskill, take advantage of the training opportunities, and really not look so inward, but look outward. You know, and I'll give an example. When we talk about businesses, for example, we've got some billion-dollar opportunities coming our way with the Olympics and all of the sporting events, et cetera. We tend to focus more on the low-hanging fruit opportunities. But there's some big-dollar opportunities. So how do we come together with intentionality as community to say, look, let's merge these two companies together, or I currently do X. If I flex this way, what are the resources to get me to move there governmentally, financially, or otherwise to play in a bigger space? We have got to stop playing in the small spaces. We've got to look bigger, broader, and position our families and businesses. And secondarily, we have to teach our children not to be ashamed of the strides that we've made. So there are a number of people in this room who have, to include you, Danny, who have made huge sacrifices for the next generation. And there's this error in this generation where they say, well, I want to do it on my own. My daughter and I were having this conversation. I said, you know what? I didn't make the sacrifices I made for your education or things I could have done differently or investment of time in the community for you to start all over. You have to build upon what I built. And I think we've got to continue to create that legacy.
Kevin?
I want to embellish on what Robert said. So for income to grow, if you just stay on the job long enough, you're going to get raises 3-5%, right? But at the end of the day, you have to prepare yourself. And I'm going to get back to this. You got to upskill. You got to upskill in the areas and go after jobs. In today's world, STEM jobs. We got to have the parents invest in their kids with enrichment and point them in that direction because we are smart. Don't let anybody tell you we're not smart. We are smart. It's in our DNA. There's no excuse for it. So if we take that mentality, right, and we focus on careers, and not jobs, but careers that pay a thriving wage in industry sectors that are on the up, whether it be life science, water resiliency, clean energy, broadband technology or technology in general, all these particular industries are soaring. Healthcare, they're soaring. So when we tell our kids, well, what do you want to major in, right? Focus on the areas so that when you come out of college, you're not in debt, right? You're at least, if you are in debt, be in a position to pay it off. You know, I'm going to tell a quick story. I'm a Bruin. My daughter got a full ride to Viterbi, right? And I started loving SC. But then she decided to go to Penn. $300,000 later, you know, she decided to take that biomedical engineering degree to Howard Medical School, right? And so that's what we're talking about. And what is she going to do? She's going to start a practice, and she mentors kids. So a mentoring network, focusing on majors that are going to pay you that thriving wage. And, you know, don't let Prop 209 or DEI hold you back. All of you in here are educated, smart. I'm going to say it again. We got to reach back and coach these kids and make them believe in themselves and give them paths to achieving the kind of education and skills that are going to pay them more.
Danny, if I may, one other point. You know, Kevin raised something important about 209. When Proposition 209 went into effect, it did exactly the opposite of what it was intended to do. In the last 20 years, over $20 billion of contracting has been lost to communities of color. So it did not do what it was intended to do. And that's just the state of California. So when we begin to look at what can we do to build wealth, we have to have these conversations with our electeds to say, look, you've got to go back and fight for us, policy-wise, to say the policy that was enacted actually put us on a path to poverty. It actually took us out of the rooms where we could contract appropriately. And we've got to renegotiate that, or we've got to go back to, since the state constitution says you can't do race-based contracting, you can go back and look at what's not being done, and there's a pathway to race-based contracting if you can show the disparity through a disparity report. We've got to start doing those types of things to make sure and ensure that we and our children have access to those opportunities.
So as I mentioned, my kids went to UCLA. My son turned out to be a musician. My daughter a social worker. So do not be looking to me for generational advice. But I did want to point out one thing about that data point about the rise in Black household income is we also need to be tracking whether or not that's happening because of young families moving away who can no longer be here. Interesting demographic tidbit. Of the 100 largest metro areas in the United States, the only metro area in the last 15 years to see the number of Hispanic children fall is Los Angeles, which people don't expect. But it's because the high cost of housing is pushing people into the Inland Empire, into the Central Valley, etc. So we really need to be careful about our statistics to really consider how many people are just being pushed out by high housing costs, unaffordability, and address that so that there really is success for people who are homegrown.
Thank you. So let's take a step back and go back 7 months. We all have been know how Southern California was devastated by the wildfires, and in particular Altadena, which is a larger African-American community. So Altadena, we've all worked on different projects in Altadena over the past 7-8 months. How do we begin to put together a prescription to help Altadena recover? It's still behind, it's behind schedule. It's behind in its efforts and its energy to get there, but we continue to hope, we continue to move forward. So how do we do that? So I'm gonna start with Dr. Pastor, and we're just gonna go straight down the line. I'm gonna let everybody get an opportunity to make this answer. Baby, I know you a LA girl, so you can tell us how to fix the Palisades. Okay. We'll work on that.
So I live in Pasadena, but we own a rental property in North Pasadena, right bordering Altadena. It was where my daughter was living. And the morning of the fire she'd evacuated, she sent me a ring picture of a fire just down the street. And I was like, wow, we're about to lose this property. Just then, the 2-unit property, the front tenant arrived. His wife had told him, I know there's a fire, but it's trash day. You should put the trash cans out. So he went and noticed the fire. His name is Luis. He and his father-in-law, Arturo, who 3 hours earlier had lost his home, rushed into the backyard. Our backyard was on fire. Eventually, carport, fences, 3 cars burned up. But they rushed back there with the neighbors who broke through to pour water on the fire and hold it back, while just up the street, about 3 or 4 houses, the firefighters were making their last stand as the fire was kind of coming into Pasadena. I eventually joined the firefight as well. At one point, a firefighter walked by me, and I said, we could use some help here. And he said, looks like you have it together. Keep going, brother. What I took from that experience, though, because he was doing the right thing, he was fighting the big fire, is that when there's a fire, sometimes we need to rush to it. Have some courage. Second, it's better if we go there with our friends and neighbors. And third, it's much better if the government isn't trying to fan the flames, but is actually trying to put out the fire. And I think the circumstance we face is a federal government that's trying to fan the flames. Right. And we are not going to need to pull together like those neighbors to recognize the importance of Altadena historically to the Black community in terms of asset building. It's also been really important to the Latino community as a place to be able to buy as well. And we are going to have to make sure that people get full insurance coverage. And there's a lot of issues, as I think our other folks can talk around, title. Because people, particularly Black homeowners, they just passed it down to their kids without actually officially re-registering it. And in order for the rebuilding to take place, there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of black taxes that are going to have to be paid for people to get through. And we need a lot of assistance, or we're going to lose something that has been incredibly important as a symbol of Black ownership and as a Latino entry point.
Thank you. Kevin?
You forgot LA.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was going to do Palisades next, but you can go.
No. I will say this, because that is one of my roles at the city, is to work with the small businesses within Palisades who have been affected. And people always think automatically that they don't need any help. They got that. It's already a wealthy community. But you also have to think about the fact that those small businesses, the majority of them, did not own the property that they were leasing. They were small business owners and operators like anybody else. And so their struggles are real because many of them were either underinsured or had no insurance, because you really don't think about that level of insurance that you're going to need in order to rebuild. So not to compare what they might be going through as compared to Altadena, but I also want to make sure people understand that LA is LA, Altadena is Altadena. People sometimes think that we control or over Altadena, but as working with them, they are experiencing the same hardships, the same difficulties, the same challenges with rebuilding their business and trying to figure out where they go from here. Some of them have decided, you know what, it's not worth it. I don't have it in me to take this and start a business again. I'm just going to go ahead and get a job. That's what some have chosen to do. Others have gone ahead and they've relocated elsewhere, and others are just still trying to figure it out. So, but we're here trying to help support them the entire way.
Okay, yeah. So for me, the way I think, I think critically on this, and I look at the root cause of this problem, how it started in the first place. We got to hold public agencies accountable for hardening the infrastructure, right? I'm not going to call out any names. You guys know who they are. Secondly, we got to improve how we fight fires, because it wasn't Mayor Bass's fault. A water hydrant was designed to only put out maybe maximum of 2 houses on a street. There were about 20. So how are you going to point a finger at anybody on that other than to plan proactively on it? Secondly, you got two people right here in the front row and one back here that are putting together forums. Councilmember Hutt, that's what she does, right? She talks it, but she walks it. I've been there. Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd, here we are, right? We're discussing this, and we're arming all of you to go back and take this information and make it an actionable item. You got Anthony Samad here, Mervyn Dimely Institute. He talks it, but he invested in something that I did. He came up to downtown and talked about transportation goods movement. The whole idea is to get out of our silos. That's how you deal with this stuff. And for us to communicate and share information, ideas, and resources. Danny, you came, and headed up a breakout session where the contractors in your breakout session that you led the discussion on They talked about, well, okay, well, how'd you deal with planning? Well, this is what I did. Oh, really? Can you give me that phone number? Right? And then it was spread across the room. And then we put out key takeaways. Not everybody has that information. That's how it happens. The planners, right? The permit pulling. It takes forever. You know, and when you add all that, you know, with CEQA, environmental impact reports, I can add 20% to your bottom line, which makes it cost prohibitive to rebuild. And if you're 50, 60, 70 years old, you might not want to spend 3 years waiting for your house to be rebuilt. How do we fix that? Their ideas are out there. I'm not going to share, go into that. But the point is that by being in these rooms, all of you out here to be commended, this is how it starts. And I'll leave it there because I could talk another 20 minutes on it.
All right. Robert, I'm stay on the same subject, but I want to ask you a different kind of question. But at the same time, I want to acknowledge State Controller Betty Yee. I see her out there, so I want to just say hello. For all of the resources that the state of California has kind of shipped out for fire recovery and efforts, Betty has been at the forefront, so we want to thank you for all that you have done to continue to do that. But when we talk about that, and this leads to the conversation with you, Robert, is that there's been millions, if not billions of dollars that have been raised and are beginning to funnel to CBOs, community organizations for the recovery effort. But unfortunately, we've talked about this before, Cynthia and I have talked about this, African-American organizations and institutions have been kind of put in a place of kind of a stepchild. We're not in charge of our own funding for our own recovery. We have to go and be second generation behind other CBOs. How do we begin to grow our community-based organizations and say to the state, don't give the money to this organization who then gives us half the money or a piece of the money. Let us control our own destiny, our own recovery. Fund us directly, and let us fund who needs to be.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan. That's a very important question and conversation. When we started our wildfire efforts, one of the things we did is we made a commitment that we would not go to government. One, it's too slow. Two, it comes with other ties. So we went to some of our corporate partners and we formed the Greater Los Angeles Public Assistance Network. But our goal in mind was to focus on recovery. And in doing so, to use those dollars to build the story of why the bigger dollars need to invest in us. So our first quarter report, we took $450,000 worth of donations and force multiplied it to $4.5 million worth of recovery efforts. And that's a story that we can tell and we put into print. I believe that when we consider how the community is viewed, look at Altadena, one of the few places, if not the only place at the time of its beginnings, that African Americans could purchase real estate to live and build community. But there's this error out there, and I remember I was at Cal State LA on a forum, and the moderator started out by saying, how do we build model communities? And I sat up in my chair, I said, let me stop you for a minute. Let's not use the term model community as the new word for gentrification. Altadena was a model community and still is, first and foremost. Secondly, we have to raise the voices of our community, urban leagues, Brotherhood Crusade, Community Build, and come together and say, and demand, not ask, not request, not be mousy about it, but demand with intentionality that those dollars move to our community. Because guess what? There is a direct impact on wealth in South Los Angeles from those Black and brown families that lost their homes in Altadena, because our families live there. And that was part of the network and the giving process of our wealth creation. So we have to demand it. We have to stand up and we have to go to our partners, the banks and otherwise, and begin to say, I was just having a conversation earlier about some of the mergers, right? What is your public benefit statement? And how are you going to utilize those dollars as you merge and integrate them into communities that need it? The state of California has something called COIN, the California Organized Investment Network. I see Steve Bradford out there who's running for the insurance commissioner. And I was having a conversation saying we need to use those dollars, over $19 billion of money invested mostly in Northern California, shift the use of COIN to be utilized as an asset opportunity development in fire-burned areas in Southern California. That's how we do it. We've got to understand, remember I talked about the macro picture? What's in the macro picture, then what's in its orbit? And we have to fly around in that orbit and begin to grab these pieces. And it requires us, it requires academia, it requires CBOs like ours, it requires business to come together and sit at the table and say, let's fix this, let's do this differently. And so lastly, I'll share a story with you. We were just having a conversation with a local bank who's just come into Los Angeles. And they asked this question, or began to share about all the great things they could do. And I think it was Anthony Samad who asked the question, what's different about you? You remember that? And they tap danced a bit. And so we're going to follow up on that by saying, let's pull together some key leaders in a room in December, and let's answer the question. And the real answer is, what do you need? We need you to diversify your portfolio so that you can make the right investments into community, so that you can create products for nonprofits so that they actually have a financial product that gets them through contract periods when they're waiting for money without high cost of capital. And we need to do this for community. That's the way we approach this, but we have somehow been lulled to sleep and comfort, and we stopped raising our voices in the way that we used to. And I would challenge everyone in this room to, if you haven't been to Altadena, go to Altadena and have an experience of what has happened there, number one. Number two, make a commitment to adopt a family, be intentional about it, and get engaged. And if you've got to put some money on the table personally, all right, we don't need to rely on government right away. We got enough money in this room to do something for someone. And that's what we've got to be committed to.
Absolutely.
I want to add one thing to this conversation, which I think will connect us to the next panel, too. If you look at frontline construction workers in the county of LA, somewhere between 1/3 and 40% of that frontline construction workforce is undocumented. If you think we're rebuilding from the fires in either Altadena or in the Palisades in the context of these raids and this terror, you've got another thing coming. These issues are actually deeply connected, as our communities are. For example, if you look at sort of what the census calls Pumas, big neighborhoods in Los Angeles County, the top 5 in terms of Latino adults who are undocumented, 2 of them are probably what you would think: East LA, Pico Union. But the other 3 are in South Los Angeles. And when those people feel frozen out, scared to go to work, they're not earning, that hurts Black and brown businesses in the South LA economy. Our fates are interconnected, and these raids are not just threatening immigrants, they are threatening the entire economy of Southern California.
Danny, can I say something about...
Absolutely.
One of the things we haven't talked about is this attack on anything that is considered diversity, equity, or inclusion by this administration. And one of the things that we've seen is anything that is focused on race or gender is being attacked and slashed. And specifically those programs that traditionally will support entrepreneurs of color. For example, this administration is defunding the women's business centers. They have defunded the Minority Business Development Agency. They are looking to defund the SCORE program, Service Corps of Retired Executives. They are looking to defund the Veteran Outreach Business Program. Even veterans are under attack in their programs. And just last Friday, they decided that they are going to lay off everybody that is part of the Community Development Financial Institution Fund, CDFIs. So that CDFIs will no longer exist. CDFI funding, for those who don't know, are not traditional banks. It's where you go when you're not able to get a traditional bank. It's where you go to start out to get a microloan or a small business loan. It's also very effective in both urban as well as rural communities. So why he would want to even hurt his own base makes zero sense. But all of these programs that we have traditionally used to be a tool or a resource to assist our communities are under attack. And most recently, the Department of Transportation has decided that disadvantaged business enterprise, DBEs, are illegal because they are race conscious. What does that mean? That means that they no longer can have goals within their transportation or within aviation contracts that are focused on a certain percentage of their contracts go to a disadvantaged business enterprise, or even the airport, what was it? Thank you, concessions. I always want to say commissary. Thank you. Airport concessions, disadvantaged business enterprise. That's how many of those businesses that are of color are even in LAX, is because of these programs that they are now telling us are illegal. What we've got to do is we have to understand we live in the state of California, and we know that we embrace and we cherish our diversity here. And we've got to start our own programs because we can no longer rely upon the federal government. There are ways that we can do that. Just because they don't have CDFIs doesn't mean that those programs still can't do lending. They still have to be certified by the state of California. And one of the things we've seen is a lot of the banks that have always been supportive of us or have had DEI in their programs or focus on particular groups, you'll see that they're quietly removing that from their websites. They're quietly removing that they've got programs that are specifically targeting African Americans or Latinos. Not all of them, but many have. And as I've spoken with them, what they're saying is we're being cautious. We're still going to have that same commitment. We know what it means. We're part of this community, but we also don't want to have a target on our back because we don't know what we can deal with this man. We don't know what they'll do. So we'd rather operate this in a way that instead of calling it minority business or women-owned business, we're going to focus on micro businesses, because oftentimes that's what our businesses are. So the vernacular might change, but the commitment is still there. And I want to believe in that. But again, we do need to also start our own. An example is the Black Cooperative Impact Fund that's been around for a while. And the focus is to give 0% loans to small micro businesses that are looking to have an impact on the Black economy. Now, we know because of that case that was down in Atlanta, those sisters who was trying to just focus on venture capital, just on women, Black-owned businesses, the federal government put a stop to that. So we can't have anything that's just specifically targeted towards us, or you're going to have a white man that sues and says it's discriminating against me. That's exactly what happened, right? But you still can't have a fund that is focused on that community without being exclusionary. That's the route we're going to have to go. Just as Robert was saying, we have to put our own money in. We have to be our own resource so that we can help support the development of our entrepreneurs and small businesses.
Thank you. Let me, because we're going to run out of time, so I want to put this question, I want to keep it real, and I want to give everybody an opportunity to respond to this question. Is a lot of conversation about generational wealth. That's kind of the new thing. But when we talk about the Black and even the Black and the brown community, what is the greatest threat to the Black and brown community? The lack of generational wealth or the systemic system of generational poverty? Which one is a greater risk of the African American community? So I'll start with Robert and we'll just work our way down. Yeah, I like that one.
I would say yes to both. And when we consider the reversal of Black wealth that we see happening before our very eyes, all of the things that were put in place, if we think about the last 20, 30 years, just to try to get us to even, and we've not gotten there, and to reverse those things puts us further back. So I would say systemic issues that we see happening today, and then, again, going back, and are we really educated ourselves? Have we educated our families to understand the importance of holding onto that dollar and stretching it internally and take responsibility and accountability for our own wealth creation, because we know systemically we can't count on that.
All right, so we have a lot of conversation. Kevin, I'm moving to you. We have a lot of conversation about self-sustainability. But when we talk about self-sustainability, again, what is our biggest challenge? Is it maintaining generational wealth for those who have it? Or is it those who don't, in the generational poverty that our community is constantly fighting against? That's our biggest challenge.
So, Danny, those that have it usually came about it through being educated in their households, in school, in the workplace. I believe that in terms of us elevating ourselves as a whole, we have to take a holistic approach, and we have to reach out to everybody. It can't be exclusive. It has to be inclusive. Case in point, and a lot of us in the baby boomer generation, we were told education is the key, and it worked out, right? But we have a wholesale attack on everything that was gained in the civil rights movement and even before. It is a wholesale attack that's unapologetic, and we have to be unapologetic on how we resist and put together a comprehensive strategy to lessen the impact and turn this around. Case in point, I told you I was a Bruin. I'm also past president of UCLA Black Alumni. What they've done with the $1 billion fine against UCLA is they've taken away all scholarship money from that we were awarding to black students to give them a head start so that they can come out of college, get the job, and build a house, right? They no longer 3-to-1 matching funds, right? The university, and there's a list of words that if you apply to anything that has that word on that list, they're turning it down, right? Now, there are some within the university, right, that agree with this. And then there are those of us who don't agree, right? So you got to be smart, but at the end of the day, again, I'm going to say kudos to Cynthia, Keith Drake, and the Urban League team for bringing everybody here together, because when you go back into your world, you got to take this knowledge back, go on Google. You don't need the encyclopedia to figure this out, and figure out your path and way that you can make an impact. And then we come back together and maybe have breakout sessions and share these stories on how we can be successful. Because we can't sit back. If we sit back, we're done.
Elizabeth?
I'm going to agree with Robert and say both. But one of the things I think we also need to acknowledge is that this generation views how they get wealth or what they choose to consider a good job is different than what we have traditionally had. You have to look at how many of these young people are now influencers, or they are selling on TikTok. And these young people are making 6 figures right now. No education, no formal education, should I say, not going to a 4-year institution. So they're seeing the opportunities in terms of being an entrepreneur and how they create wealth very differently than what we have traditionally been taught. I think that's one of the things that we have to embrace and help nurture, but also help them understand how are you going to invest that money that you're making so that you can continue and maintain and have that generational wealth. So many of my generation watch their parents pass on and they've got the house that's in Lamert, Ladera, or elsewhere. They're selling it instead of understanding the value of that property. So how do we make sure that this younger generation who is building their wealth understand how they can continue that and make it intergenerational? So that's my different spin from these two brothers here. I want to make sure we get the gamut.
Totally valid, though.
Right.
.com proved that.
Yes.
Dr. Pastor?
So now for something completely different. I think my colleagues have answered the question of what the challenges are. I want to focus a bit on what the solution is. And I think it's in that title, Solidarity in Action, which is how do we develop solidarity with one another to overcome these systems that are keeping people behind. And in doing that, to think about solidarity in a very honest and open fashion. What do we in the Latino community need to do to challenge anti-Blackness that raised its head several years ago with the 4 Latino civic leaders, but always exists and needs to be challenged on a daily basis? What in the Black community needs to be done to challenge xenophobia? A xenophobia that's sometimes so deep that folks don't realize 1/5 of Black Angelenos are either immigrants themselves or the sons and daughters of immigrants. There's a lot more Issa Raes and Nipsey Hussles than you think. So how do we actually engage in deep conversation with one another to explore differences? For the African American population, unemployment is crucial. For Latinos, it's low wages. It's really not a lack of jobs as much. The unemployment rates might be a little bit higher. So how do we have a data-driven, honest conversation? Because solidarity is not about rah. We're all on the same team. Solidarity is about challenging the difficult moments to find unity and challenging our own tribes to rise to higher purpose and common ground.
Love it. All right, we have time for one more question before we go to audience questions. So the report, the most recent report says that African-American homes have the highest level of no home computer, or no internet connection of any community. So how do we do that? A lot of conversation about IT jobs and AI and things like that, but how do we address the basic, no computer, no internet? Kevin?
Yeah, there's a solution already out there. When COVID hit in 2020, 20% of LAUSD students fell behind a year because of no broadband access, because of no device, because parents were sent home for remote work, kids were sent home for online learning. Zoom would fail because there wasn't enough bandwidth, right? So LAEDC has this program, this group, the Regional Broadband Consortia, called the LA Digital Equity Action League. And their whole initiative is to deal with this problem called the digital divide. You know, my background, having worked for Verizon for 7 years and dealt with engineers, I was involved in the conversations with LA ISD and Selwyn Hollins when we went after this. And so when they would give excuses, I was able to challenge those excuses, right? But there are a lot of us out there that have that same ability. At the end of the day, you cannot run away from the fact that you have to be digitally literate. That has to be as important as buying shoes or whatever, because that's your window to the world. And so when you plan your budgets out and you tell a neighbor, tell a friend, same in schools, you got to force that issue. Because at the end of the day, your kids won't be able to compete. You're not going to be able to compete. It's an issue that cannot be, it still exists, but it has been improved, but it's still, you know, needed, there's still attention needed to this.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to switch to Melissa, who has a question from the community.
Yes, thank you. We've got your attention here. I've got two young gentlemen with me, Adonis and Nkosi, come up. Adonis is with Dorsey High, and Nkosi is a student with West Torrance High School, 15 years old, by the way. What's your question, Adonis?
First off, sorry if I stutter. I'm a little nervous. It's okay. But my question for the stadium is, or the stage, is with the rapid innovation of AI in the workplace, and you know, I'm sorry, I'm really nervous.
All right, take your time.
You all right?
With the rapid innovation of AI in the workplace and constant deconstructing and reconstructing of our economy, how would you suggest that entrepreneurs, specifically those who fall under intersectionalities, to build themselves and profit in America today?
Robert?
Hey, I'm sorry, what's the young man's name again?
What's your name again?
Adonis.
Adonis, thank you for that incredible question, and we hope that you do take advantage of this moment in time as you think about this. Let me give an example of the use of AI. Recently, one of our grant writers came to me and said, hey, there's this 5th round of funding for a particular pursuit we were looking at, and I think we should apply for this. And I said, that's more of the same. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go on AI. I'm going to give you 2 tools to look at. And I want you to run that grant through this AI tool, and there's enough data out there on who responded, what did they respond to, and what are the gaps. Well, then the report that came back told us there were 12 gaps in that funding as a result of AI. So let me see the gaps. I looked at the gaps. I said, we're going to apply for these 3 things because nobody else is doing it. Now we're in the 2nd round of it. So you've got to understand what AI can do for you and help you think better and begin to build parameters around how am I going to build my business better. If I'm a restaurateur, you know, at what point do I look at merging? I think it was Harvard University that came out with several years ago that a business every 5 years should acquire or expand their business into another revenue stream. So what's in my orbit, and then how do I utilize AI and embrace it, right? So you have to, just like when we all got married, we embraced our wives or husbands. You got to embrace AI in such a way that it's like air in your business. If you do not do that, I promise you, you will be out of business quickly.
And Kosi, we've got a question. You've got a question as well for our panelists.
So I wanted to ask, because I have a cleaning business called Cafe Lake Cleaning, and I'm 15 years old. So I wanted to ask for students like myself or other students with promising businesses, I wanted to ask kind of how could they raise startup capital for their business in 2025 or potentially get funded?
I say the first thing you do is put together, get a mentor, someone that you trust, and put together a business plan, right? You define, first of all, you have an overview of what your business is, right? You define the services you provide. You price those services based on industry standards, and then if you do extra stuff, you elevate those price points, right? And this is a cool thing. You don't have to have a brick and mortar business. You can leverage digital assets to advertise your business, okay? Then you get the word out. You get reliable people that will do the job and that will elevate your brand. If you do that, then you go ahead and publicize, get people that you do business with, that first, second, third customer, you put those testimonies on your website. There are enough people in this room that don't like to clean their house. I'm one of them. You do that, I'll give you a call.
The incredible answers. You guys stay put. We've got time for maybe one more answer from some of our panelists.
I think, yeah.
Well, I was just going to say that I think the first step is to stand up at a State of Black LA meeting and ask that question, because now everybody knows who you are.
That's it. There's a lot of business in this room for you.
I think there's you're setting up a network. Folks are understanding there's a damn smart young man there with a business. And Adonis, you were so brave to ask that question. Before, when we were prepping, we were saying, gosh, we hope somebody asks us about AI, because that's absolutely the crucial issue that's facing folks. So let's give these two young men a big round of applause.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Adonis and Nkosi. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of them. This is our future, and they are already thriving. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All the success in your future. You guys hang tight, because coming up, once we take a short little break, we've got Mayor Karen Bass on the other side of our break, about 5 minutes, and we'll be right back.
Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd leads one of the largest civil rights organizations in the country. As president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League, she understands the issues plaguing Black Angelenos.
The mental health system has broken down. The housing systems have broken down. Our economic systems have broken down. And yet we're going to point fingers?
This week, the LA Urban League will hold its annual discussion and deep dive on the state of Black LA.
The inequities, the disparities. And of course, that is why the Los Angeles Urban League is here to talk about the state of Black Los Angeles. How important it is to really look at these disparities and have conversations across the board.
Among the biggest problems, housing and homelessness.
You know, homelessness is not just about being mentally ill. Homelessness is an effect of our economic situation. People that are working can't afford homes, can't afford a place to live. There are people that have jobs that are homeless.
But all together, Mitchell-Hurd applauds Mayor Karen Bass's efforts to get people off the street and into permanent housing. But she says it'll take more than encampment sweeps around the city.
No one entity can solve this. You see, when people aren't homeless, they think that it's not their problem.
And she believes many of the challenges start in the classroom. New numbers from the State of Black Los Angeles County report show that for every 1,000 Black students, there are 66 Black teachers, compared to 178 white teachers for white students.
We have to see what we can do to assist in bringing people of color back into the educational system. Teachers are getting broken down in these schools. You have so many issues of your safety, proficiency. You have issues on books. Why is it that in white schools you get new books and in communities of color you get books that are 10 years old?
She says the cost is not a dollar amount. It's the future of the next generation.
It's really important within our communities that we begin to provide those resources, to provide that support, to provide mentors, and to have those programs, which we have.
One resource the LA Urban League provides is workforce development, helping people get into major sectors of the workforce, like construction, medical, and the entertainment industry. But Mitchell Hurd says getting your foot in the door is just the first step.
It's about having access. People of color don't often have the same opportunities as others.
For more than a century, the LA Urban League has pushed for a level playing field for African Americans and underserved communities.
We have a generation that's depending on us.
Mitchell Hurd is calling on those who've made it to the top to leave the door open for those behind them.
Let's not act as though everybody is down and trodden, because they're not. It really is about community. It's about getting outside of your own bubble.
And she has faith this generation will demand the change that's needed.
Do you know what's a saving grace? Is somehow this next generation feels it. But the thing that will happen is they will not be tricked. They're about being about it. Forget the talk.
Right.
They're done with the talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome back to the stage Melissa McGee.
Thank you all for your patience. So glad you made it back. I believe we can all agree that this was outstanding information. It's been outstanding so far. The conversations are continuing. And right now, I now have the pleasure to introduce Councilwoman Heather Hutt from Council District 10. For more than 30 years, Councilwoman Hutt has not been afraid to roll up her sleeves and fight against injustice. Councilwoman Hutt's unwavering commitment to service and her deep passion for the people of Los Angeles has touched countless lives and renewed hope that every voice matters. Please join me in welcoming Councilwoman Heather Hutt.
Yeah, come on in. All right, thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Well, welcome to the state of Black and Brown, Los Angeles. We're in the, I think we're in the 8th district or in the 9th district. Wherever we are, it's not the 10th district, which is just a little west of here. We're in the 9th? Okay, so we're just a little east of the 10th district, but welcome anyway. I always want to start by thanking our convener, which is, where is Cynthia? Oh, there you go. My good friend Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd for making sure that the community has the opportunity to understand where we are and where we're going. Thank you so much. Thank you to board. And also thank you to USC for always opening the door. They're like, yeah, you want to come by? Yeah, thank you for being in South LA, so it's easy to get to. We appreciate it. I think it's important that there's access, right? And whoever determined that we should have students, teenagers be involved in this, bravo to you, because they are such an important factor just in our whole ecosystem. But being the single mom of 3 Black sons, they never think we do enough. And so it's so great for the youth to be here to see that we are really fighting, that we are really working hard. And I hope you carry that message on. And besides that, we are here to support you. And so who has the cleaning business? Because I need that. Y'all, you looking for a customer? I'm your first one. I don't know about everybody else, but I'll be first. Last year, I spoke about how the job of an organizer is to build other organizers and how important that is. And it's very important now. But today, I just want to remind everybody of something. Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act August 6, 1965, just about 60 years ago. The very laws that protected our voting rights and gave us representation are under attack right now. The U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments over the creation of a second majority Black district in Louisiana, and it appears that they're open to at least weakening the landmark Voting Rights Act of 1965 in a way that could limit minority representation in Congress by gutting Section 2. I just need you to pay attention to that. I need you to know how that will affect us. We wouldn't have a Karen Bass, a Sydney, a Maxine if these laws were weakened. Also, Republican House Representative Boss is fighting mail-in ballots in Illinois. The Supreme Court is saying counting ballots that are postmarked, dated on the postmark day, but arrive 14 days after could harm people's opportunities to win. Republicans' opportunities is what they're really saying. No shade on Republicans, I'm just saying what they're saying. In this supermajority conservative Supreme Court, if they gut the Voting Rights Act or make mail-in ballots illegal or restrictive, what will the changes do to the state of Black America? I just want you to think about it. It was something that I thought we should talk about, or I could put on your minds today. I'm really here to talk about other things, but I know that that's super important because our future is at stake. I'm here to talk about prominent Black and Brown voices and leaders that are constantly targeted. I guess that's a segue, right? And we're subject to relentless political noise that's designed to divide and dismantle, especially the Black and Brown community. In my history, growing up, I was taught that Black and Brown people have the same struggle, that we're fighting to be at the table, and that we are supposed to work together. And then all of a sudden, things start happening, and it changed how we feel about each other. I'm here to talk about unity. I'm talking about equity, and I'm talking about how we all need to work together to make our society a better place. And when we look at the things the administration is doing to divide us, we have to really take time and understand that our ancestors went through much worse. So we can't sit down. We have to be resilient. We have to take that power and push forward. Thank you. And one of the questions that I want you to ask yourself is, what kind of ancestor am I going to be? Who will they say I was, and what will they say that I do? Right now, our healthcare system is in a complicated space, and we have to think about what that means for the future, especially the future of our mothers and children. Black and brown women in our city die disproportionately during childbirth. That's a crisis of consciousness that we need to do better in our city. And when our men, our brothers, even a Deion Sanders suffers from a health issue that takes away a part of his foot, we know that we have real issues, and we have to do something about it. Mental health support is absent in the Black community. We're ashamed to talk about it. And, you know, young kids are doing so much better. They're saying, hey, man, how's your mental? So we have to do the same thing. I got 1 minute. Oh, Lord. Okay. So let me say a couple of things that really fast. There are so many things that we could do in our community better. We are getting ready for the games. Everybody's getting ready for the World Cup, and we're getting ready for Olympics. So we have to work hard to make sure our Black and brown communities are ready, our small businesses are ready. A couple of things I want to say: get on RAMP so they can do business with the city, make sure your taxes are done so other people can come and say, hey, I picked them, they're in order. RAMP is a city service, so it's rampla.org. You can get on that and get an opportunity. On Monday, October 27th, I'm having another roundtable about how to do business with the city for the games, and that'll be at Michelle and Barack Obama Sports Complex, 6 to 8 p.m. Come through so that you can learn about how to have this opportunity. I remember 84 games. Black and brown people made money during those games. How? They sold their front lawn for parking. That's all they did. And so we got to do better. We got to make our opportunity. On Saturday, I'm speaking on a panel at Taste of Soul with Lawa about the $30 billion available. Please come through so that you can learn about what we're doing. And I want to leave you today thinking about really how you can do more, what you can share, who you can mentor, and how you can support the Urban League. Thank you so much. Be a better ancestor, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage, Ms. Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd.
It's an honor to introduce the 43rd Mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. Her leadership is rooted in compassion, collaboration, and a long, long, long commitment to social and economic justice. We appreciate that Mayor Bass has been a steadfast partner to the Los Angeles Urban League by supporting efforts that empower underserved entrepreneurs, expand workforce opportunity, and uplift families across this city. Please welcome my dear friend and sister, the Honorable Mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for such a warm welcome. I appreciate that. And let me just honor my sister here, our CEO, Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd, for her work in the Urban League and what she has done, taking the mantle of an organization that has been so important to us locally, but also nationally. And then I also want to just thank and acknowledge all of the various community leaders that are here that have been participating since this morning for the work that you do on behalf of Angelenos, period, but especially on African American Angelenos and in relation to this report. When I looked at it and saw some statistics that were not shocking to me when it comes to life expectancy, to see we're at the bottom, when it comes to maternal health and maternal mortality, which to me is not something that the numbers should be so minuscule in the world's largest economy, most industrialized nation, that Black moms are dying in childbirth. That's something that shouldn't even take place at all. But then on the good side is our health and our access to health care. The danger there, and I'm sure the Congresswoman mentioned this earlier, is the fact that what the administration is going after, the Republicans are going after right now, will remove the subsidies, which then will reduce access to health care, and that's going to be a real problem. So as we entered into this year, we've just been on uncharted territory. I mean, for Angelenos, period, obviously beginning the year with an incredible tragedy, with the fires that took place all over, but in regard to our community, Altadena, one of the jewels of the area and in the Black communities nationwide, because one of the things that was done well in Altadena that was not done so well here is the transference of property. Because we didn't do all that well from one generation to the next, but they did in Altadena. And then to lose the home and then to have complications over whether paperwork was done well or not. But then we have the inauguration, not the election. And right away, the first attack was on DEI, which in the beginning was AKA Black. If you look at the Black people in leadership that were fired immediately, and DEI then became everything. And the bottom line is that any person who is in charge of something major, like a city, then immediately it's a question of, do you really deserve to be there? Or the statement that if I get on a plane and see a Black pilot, then I wonder whether or not I'm going to be safe. The permission to say things out loud and in public and bold that you wouldn't say out loud and in public and bold. And then the dismantling of institutions that are going to take a very long time to happen. You know that over 300,000 Black women lost their jobs in DOGE, in the federal government. And what I worry about now with the shutdown that doesn't have to last this long, that the consequence of the shutdown is it's going to be DOGE 2 in terms of now using it as an excuse to fire or to lay people off. So we're dealing with the normalization of racism, the acceptance of it, the text messages that were revealed a couple of days ago. And it's like, oh, that's not really a big deal. That's just boys being boys. Normalization, the normalization or the attempted normalization of the militarization of our cities. And so while we were still, trying to recover from the fires, and then we have a federal takeover of our, from our governor, of the National Guard. The governors serve as commander-in-chief over the National Guard. And to have the federal government come in and say, we're just going to take them and we're going to do with them what we want. And then to have what I call the hunting of Latinos that has taken place and continues to take place in this city. What worries me now is that it's not so much attention happening, but the raids are still happening. The snatching of people off the street are still happening. And then what I was so proud about our city is that we stood united. We didn't divide over that. Well, one side of the city wasn't saying this is a good idea, get rid of those people. Everybody was appalled because we know what might be happening in this city. In Florida, for example, it was the hunting of Haitians. In many of the other cities that are under assault right now, you have black immigrants as well as brown and Asian. The first raid that happened here was in a plant that was owned by Koreans, but the workforce was both Latino and Korean. And so when these kind of things happen, we have to understand them as an assault on all of us. The assaults might come differently at different times, but the theme of the conference today, Solidarity in Action, Black and Brown LA, one of the things I'm also proud of is that we have a long history of Black and Brown solidarity that goes back to those ancestors that the councilwoman was talking about, the enslaved Americans that fled to Mexico because they could find sanctuary there. The areas in Mexico where there are black folks, black Mexicans. And in part, that's because our ancestors fled there. One thing that I have always been proud of is that in Community Coalition, which was built as a Black-Brown organization, one of the first things we did was recruited high school students, and we taught them their history. And they understand that African-American history, Latino history, the joint struggles that we all face. And the whole goal was and is to raise a generation of young people who understand their relationship to each other and that they build a bond and they don't allow that bond to be broken. But, you know, I just think that it is very important that we recognize the gravity of what is happening right now. And for the young people that are in the room, one concern I have is that the understanding of history and why you need to know history. And the fact that we've had raids before, we've had mass firings before. There were moments like this in our history. That's why I was so appalled. I lost it when at the Japanese American Museum, because when ICE went over there, you know, with staging their disruption of the governor's press conference, you know, I was absolutely outraged because they were on hallowed ground. That's sacred ground right there, where that Japanese American Museum, it was built where the Japanese were rounded up in buses and taken off to internment camps. I grew up hearing those stories from my mother about how one day she woke up and her Japanese neighbors were all being taken away, their stores were seized. And so it's important to know history, and the reason for it is because history provides you guides with how we will survive this. And I say that to young people because I don't want you to become so demoralized, to think like your world is ending and all of that. We really will survive, but we do have to be united. We have to understand history so we see the pathways. For example, the movement, the civil rights movement, which when I was a teenager, I didn't understand because, you know, kind of like the generation now. I want more. We're not going to sit down at counters. We're going to protest. Anyway, but that whole movement raised U.S. apartheid, which was called Jim Crow, as a moral issue. And when the cameras were there and people saw what was happening, that helped lead to a change of not just the country, but it also was a shock to the world to know what was going on here. And I think the same thing holds. Looking at protests that is nonviolent, direct action, and I do have to acknowledge one of our leaders in this movement just passed away just a week ago, Kent Wong, somebody who I just thought the world of. He worked a lot with Jim Lawson and was very committed to the next generation understanding how to build that movement. Because what I worry about in the protests is I worry about the anger and people like taking it too far. What worries me is that this administration is trying to egg us on. Egg us on, come on, bring it, so that I can, number one, hit you with federal charges that you might pass, you know, you might get off, but what's going to happen to your life in the meantime? What's going to happen to your family's income? The long range thing that they want to see the protests, because then it is used as an excuse to raise bigger issues, like maybe we should have the Insurrection Act and the military just, you know, be able to come in. But what is happening now is the systematic normalization of law enforcement in our cities. I was worried when I saw tourists taking pictures with the National Guard. And it's like, no, this should be outrageous. We can't normalize this. We were the first testing ground. And as an Angeleno, I'm very proud that we stood together, but also that the entire nation is looking at us. How did they do it? How did they survive? A few days after the first raid, I was on a Zoom call with over 120 mayors wanting to know, what's going to happen because we know this is going to come to our town. So let me just wrap up and say that we are in uncharted territory, and it's important that we understand the global impact, meaning not just the phenomena that's happening on one day, but in what bigger context does this phenomena fit? And the bigger context is a complete altering of our democracy, as the councilwoman pointed out, in terms of voting and the Voting Rights Act. But this has been systematic, purging people out of jobs, the whole race issue to pit people against each other. And now anybody of color is in a position they don't deserve to be there. And them being there, they're taking up a space from a qualified white person is really the message that is out there. And so there's fear in the workforce of people in positions who fear that, people will come for them because they're in this position. And now it's open season and you could say the quiet things out loud. But we can weather this and we can come out stronger on the other side because these are profound lessons for us to learn. But that's why Solidarity in Action, Black and Brown LA, the work of the Urban League, we are fortunate to have a very strong infrastructure of community-based organizations that fight for the rights of immigrants, that fight for other social and economic issues. And now is the time that we all need to band together because the administration has proven they will come for us all, one by one. But if we stand together, they will not win. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you so much, Mayor, for gracing us with your presence today. Our next individual is a courageous trailblazer. Her heart continues to wrap around the city of Los Angeles as she champions for social change. Give a round of applause for Congresswoman Maxine Waters as she joins us from Washington, D.C. on video. Fake out.
Hello, everyone. It's indeed an honor to be part of the Los Angeles Urban League's 3rd annual State of Black Los Angeles. I want to thank our MC, Melissa McGee, for the warm welcome. And I also want to recognize the steadfast leadership of my dear friend, the president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League, Cynthia Mitchell Hurd. Under her guidance, this organization continues to be a powerhouse in advancing a mission that is close to my heart, helping Black people and their communities achieve true equality, economic self-reliance, power, and civil rights across our city. Los Angeles County is home to one of the largest Black populations in the United States, with more than 936,000 Black residents. That means the work you're doing right here doesn't just shape our city. It sets an example for the entire nation. And as we face the challenges before us as a city, as a state, and as a country, your leadership and your commitment are needed now more than ever. Right now, we find ourselves in a dangerous moment as we witness Donald Trump and the Republicans in Congress roll back decades of hard-won progress and push us further behind. Under their leadership, unemployment for Black Americans has shot up to 7.5% nationally, with more than 300,000 Black women losing their jobs this year alone. In Los Angeles, the situation is even worse, where the Black residents lead in the unemployment rate averaging 9.9% and continues to rise as the Trump administration's reckless policies take their toll. Their so-called Big Beautiful Bill cuts $1 trillion from Medicaid and slashes food assistance. At the same time, Trump is driving their costs through his reckless tariffs. And while families are paying more just to get by, the president is also carrying out cruel immigration crackdowns and sending the National Guard into our neighborhoods, tearing families apart and criminalizing Black and Brown communities. Now, many of these policies fall hardest on Black households who just want to earn a good wage and build wealth and stability for themselves and their families. And now, to make matters worse, Donald Trump and Republicans have forced a government shutdown because they refuse to provide health care and vital services to the American people. Let's be clear about what a shutdown means. It means federal workers going without pay, small businesses cut off from critical resources, families losing access to food and housing assistance. Trump has also threatened to mass fire thousands of hardworking public servants and cut off lawful aid to blue states like California out of retribution. It's shameful. And make no mistake, it's our communities, people who look like us, who bear the brunt of this chaos and have a harder time getting back on our feet.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ms. Dolores Huerta, and she has been an activist for nearly 70 years. Plus, at the age of 95, she is still pursuing justice for the underserved and equity for farm workers, women, and the other marginalized communities. Her nonprofit organization, Dolores Huerta Foundation, continues to educate and encourage the next generation that their voice has power and they can make a difference that is life-changing. Let's give a round of applause for Ms. Dolores Huerta as she joins us via video.
Hi, this is Dolores Huerta, and I want to thank the Los Angeles Urban League for being so consistent for so many years, continuing that path of entrepreneurship and sharing those lessons with others so that they can also find the economic prosperity that they deserve and that they wish for, all at the same time making sure that our communities remain healthy. And of course, your support for all of our undocumented community, for all of the terrorizing that they're going right through right now. Without your support, we know that this would be a lot worse. And this is something that you do not have to take on your plate. But we are very grateful that you're there, that you're standing up for our people. We know the Urban League has always been a really, really great supporter and a great civil rights organization. So, again, I want to thank you for everything that you've done in the past, everything that you've done in the future, because I know that with your help, we will really be able to maintain not only a healthy society, a prosperous society, but also a society of justice with all of the work that you've done for everybody's civil rights. Muchas gracias, and sí se puede.
You know what? I messed that up. I said 95 years old. She is 95 years young. I mean, incredible, the work that she continues to do. Thank you so much for the inspiration. Our last panel is a topic that is dominating headlines across the nation and directly impacting neighborhoods in LA County: immigration. This panel is titled Immigration, Building Cross-Community Solidarity. Specifically, we are tackling solidarity among the Black and Brown communities impacted by immigration enforcement. Individuals on this panel are immersed in day-to-day response efforts. Joining us in this conversation is the chair of Inclusive Action for the City, who is an immigration policy expert, Angie Jean-Marie. Jean-Marie is also the founder of Fait la Force Strategies. Her company provides social impact consulting for nonprofits, businesses, and individuals. We are pleased to have with us today David Huerta, an immigration activist and prominent union leader of the Service Employees International Union, SEIU. His arrest while peacefully protesting an ICE raid on June 6 drew international headlines. Plus, we have attorney Nana Gyamfi. She is the executive director of the Black Alliance for Just Immigration and the co-founder of Justice Warriors for Black Lives and Human Rights Advocacy. Our next panelist is Victor Leong, the Chief Legal and Advocacy Officer at ACLU of Southern California, where he leads the affiliate's Advocacy Legal Department, which comprises more than 50 attorneys, policy advocates, organizers, and supports staff across Los Angeles, Orange County, the Inland Empire, and Kern County. We are thrilled to also have Marta Arevalo. She is the executive director of Central American Resource Center, also known as CRECEN. Marta is leading the national voice for the Central American immigration community and comes from a family that fled strife in El Salvador when she was 11. And today's moderator is 16-time Emmy Award-winning news anchor and my friend and colleague, Enrique Chiabra. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm welcome. Enrique, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Melissa. So it is my pleasure to be here with all of you today. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the panelists for being here, making the time to be here. It's the last panel, so we're going to make it really exciting. We have a lot of information to go through. So immigration is a really sensitive topic, as we know. And regardless where you stand politically, if you live in Los Angeles, which most of us do, you've been exposed to immigration either by your personal story, your background, your family, your parents, or maybe you met someone in Los Angeles who's impacted by immigration, by this issue. As we know, as we were just talking about this, immigration has taken a front row seat to our lives in the past few months. On the news, we see it all the time. Specifically, our city, Los Angeles, as we know, was the epicenter of the immigration operations back in June, and it was like that throughout the whole summer. DHS actually just reported a few weeks ago that from June, the beginning of June, all the way to August 26th, they had arrested, or ICE had arrested 5,000 undocumented immigrants. And you might be wondering, is that a lot? Is that a little? Is that normal? We're gonna get to that with our panelists in just a few more minutes. But the focus today is the Latino and the Black immigrant communities. How can they come together? How can they work in solidarity, specifically regarding the issue of immigration? So we're gonna get right into it with attorney Nana Gyamfi. Attorney Nana, thank you for being here today. Where do you see this solidarity? What spaces can happen between both communities to work together?
Thank you so much for the question. I'm so glad to be here and honored to be here with my comrades. Yes, my name is Nana Gyamfi. I'm with BAJI, the Black Alliance for Just Immigration. We fight for the rights of Black migrants and African Americans through advancing racial justice and immigrant rights. So this issue of solidarity as Black people, both citizen and immigrant, is one that is really what our founding is about. Immigration is a racial justice issue. Okay? W.E.B. Du Bois teaches us that we know that something is a racial justice issue when it falls along color lines. Raise your hand if you've seen a bunch of complaints about hundreds and thousands of Ukrainians that are here in this country. Raise your hand. Are they going to the Irish pubs to collect people? Right? The white Canadians. So we know when we see the targeting of Black folks, of brown folks, of Asian folks, of indigenous folks, that what is happening is a racial issue. And we know that when we talk about racial issues in this country and anywhere where Black people were enslaved or colonized, that the people who feel the biggest brunt of that are Black people, right? And so whether you're a citizen, whether you're an immigrant, you're seeing, think about Chicago, think about the first person who was stopped by Marines here in Los Angeles was a brother who was a veteran from the United States of America, right? Multi-generational, African American. We understand that the only refuge we have from the terror of white supremacy that we're seeing is our unified resistance. We are gonna have to block these people with our unified resistance, and we're going to have to build the community with each other that we already have, mind you, right? But make it even stronger, make it even broader, so that we can engage in the mass disruptions that you, us, know need to happen in order to turn this thing around.
Thank you, Nana. Attorney, actually, we're going to go with David Huerta now from SEIU USWW. So we know that there are always tensions when it comes to marginalized communities. So in this case, the Latino and the Black immigrant communities, how can they come together when they're almost sometimes just competing in a way when they've been in those spaces for so long?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and thank you for having me here today. And a little riffing off of what Nana said, I think our unity is our key, right? Right now, as we sit here, right, there is an intention of out there through federal forces, through militarization, through violence, to really intimidate us, to diminish us, and to divide us. And I think, we have to really lean into this moment right now, especially as a community. But I think the work we have to do is also in community, right? Because like you said, there's been tensions between the Black and Brown community. Let's not kid each other. That's a truth. And we should not shy away from that. We should lean into that. We should accept it. Not accept it, that's the wrong word. We should work through it, right? And one of the things, I belong to, I think, probably one of the greatest labor organizations in the country, SEIU, plus my local USWW. But, under the leadership of then, President Verrett now. But, we leaned in and really talked about racial justice as an organization. We studied it. We came together around it, and we really worked on it and really tried to build a framing of what is racial justice and how do we really come at this sense of anti-Blackism in the society. As a local leader here, especially between our janitorial and our security officers, our janitors are pretty much predominantly immigrant. Our security officers are predominantly African American. And we've leaned in on trying to really create a space so people can show up as who they are, so we can build power across difference. I think too often we go to the kumbaya and we don't really address the differences we have. And the differences is our strengths, our language, our culture, the way we celebrate, the way we do things as families. I think we have to be able to accept those differences we have, really lean in, show up authentically, so when we show up, then we can really tackle the issues that we have that really keep us down. Because the thing is that the reality is that if the two most marginalized communities in this city are marginalizing each other, we're not going to be able to achieve what we can achieve, right? And I just really think, I was listening to Mayor Bass in the green room, her experience, her ability to be able to lead this city at this moment in time, she's the right person for this job. Not because she's Black, but because she has the talent, the intelligence to be able to do it. That fact that she's Black makes it even better, in my opinion. So I think we have the answers. We don't need someone from outside of the community telling us how to do this. I think we have the answers ourselves, and we could really, I think, in my opinion, lean into this moment, find the unity amongst us, but show up authentically as a proud Chicano who has, 2 generations in this city, and this beloved city. I'm going to fight for every single person in this city, and I don't care what color, what language, who they are, because this is my city, and I'm not going to relinquish it to no one.
David, do you think local authorities can do more? Local and state authorities can do more to face the situation? I know they don't have the power because it is federal power, but can they do a little more than what we've seen, or you think this is enough?
No, absolutely, they could do a lot more. I'm going to say it. I'm disappointed right now in how our police force has shown up. In all the forces, right? Sheriff, all of them. Because let's get this straight. They are using violence. They are using intimidation. They are using tactics that at one point in time would be considered excessive and potentially illegal. And if the police, our local police force, do not defend the citizens, the residents of this state against that act of aggression, then who do we turn to? We have to have that sense of security. You know, when we talk about this city as being a sanctuary city, it's for the protection of all of us. It's so that everybody feels safe in this city. So that if you're a victim of crime, regardless of your status, you can report that crime to be defended by the police that's supposed to defend us. And if the police are taking at best a non-position and just present there, or sometimes you even see as if they're protecting ICE and not us, that's a problem.
So do you think like the fact that LA is a sanctuary city, is that a false sense of hope? Because at the end of the day, we've seen the raids and the operations happening. So how do you tell people when they feel like they should be protected, but they're not, things are still happening?
Well, look, I still believe in the values and the principles of Sanctuary City. I think it is the right policy. It's the wrong federal government, right? It's the federal government and the federal forces that are basically attacking our values, attacking our principles, attacking our sense of peace as community. And, you know, defending against that is going to take all of our collective sanctuary to come at it. There's no policy right now. I'm going to say this. There's no policy right now that will protect us from them.
Right.
They are determined to take down any type of constitutional right that we have in this country. They are determined to dismantle any sense of peace and normality that we have in our lives to benefit themselves and the oligarchs that are now behind them. Mm-hmm. And so I think, you know, I still lean in to the values that we have collectively in this city, because that's our greatest defense, is leaning into our values, leaning into our principles, standing united against this, and not accepting this as a normal moment, because there's nothing normal about what's happening in this moment in time.
And talking about this moment, Marta, over 2 million people in LA County are either undocumented or they live with undocumented family members. So at Carecen, you've been working and providing services, legal services, to multiple immigrant communities. What's happening on the ground as we speak? What has your organization seen in the past 4 or 5 months?
Wow. Thank you so much for having me here. It's quite an honor to be here and to be on the panel with these amazing people that I look up to. I think on the ground, in the front lines, we are seeing, as David Nana mentioned, violence, aggression, repression. We also manage a day labor center on Wilshire and Union. We've been raided 4 times. The last time, each time it gets more and more violent. The last time we had tear gas, rubber bullets. We had people running and falling and hurting themselves, children crying for their mothers. We had people that are undocumented being detained, but also people that are documented being detained. I think this is an issue, again, that it's about violating people's constitutional and human rights, whether you're documented or not. And that's why this is an issue that concerns us all. I think this is an issue of we are at war in our communities, and they are making Los Angeles and other major cities an example, and also conditioning us to really believe that it's okay for federal authorities to come into the cities, militarize, and use violence to subdue blue cities or blue states, or states and cities that are supposedly against the federal government. And so I think that this is a moment not only to lean into our values and principles, but this is a moment where we have to constantly remind ourselves and each other that we cannot lose hope. That is what they want. And that this is not a moment to be afraid. And I know that that is easier said than done. It is scary. But this is a moment to be bold. This is a moment to be leaders. This is a moment to send a message to our communities that they are not alone. And like David said, that we're all going to fight collectively and in a way that we are united to make sure that we can protect as many people as possible. I also think it's really important for us to address issues of racism and anti-Blackness within our communities and our families. This is the moment to have those difficult conversations across the dining table with our families, because unfortunately we know that many of our families and our neighbors voted for this administration. And so we have to address those difficult issues, and we have to make sure that we are being honest and allow ourselves to be uncomfortable, because that's the only way that we're going to achieve real change. And we know that so many of those decisions that have hurt so many of us are made out of ignorance and fear. And so we need to have those conversations. We need to be able to talk about them and hopefully evolve as communities.
Thank you, Marta. Victor Leon from ACLU. So kind of going back to this same subject, we're seeing federal agents come into neighborhoods. We're seeing challenges to due process when people get detained. We have seen an increase in executive orders regarding immigration. The question is, where is this all headed?
That's a tough question, but I'll start by thanking you and the Urban League for having me. It's a real privilege to be up here with these folks talking in this space and sharing space with everybody. But where are we headed? Right now, in the same trajectory we're going right now, nowhere good, obviously. We have tanks in the streets. We have masked troops with assault rifles, abducting people. They are zip tying people, putting them in the back of trucks. We have comedians being canceled for just making fun of the administration. All of this is the road towards authoritarianism. But I will say, we don't want to sugarcoat where we're at, but we have a choice right now. We are at a crossroads, and we're already halfway down that line, but we can turn around and go back. And what it's going to take is solidarity, like we talked about. It's going to take organizations like ours, the ACLU, but I say we as in the entire civil rights community, Caressa, Public Council, everybody, filing lawsuits in the federal and state courts to enforce our rights. The California legislature with Governor Newsom passing more sanctuary policies to protect our immigrant communities, like Mayor Bass said, and like the LA County has been doing, protecting us with local ordinances. But it's not just that. It is organizing, mobilizing, speaking truth to power. That is what's going to save us in the end of the day. We've seen this in this country since it's been founded. This is nothing new. We were founded through genocide. We were founded through slavery, through Jim Crow, segregation, Japanese internment, the Patriot Act. I mean, I could go on and on. We could talk about this for hours. This is nothing new, but we bear the scars of those terrible, terrible policies, but we got through it. We got through it because we banded together and we did not acquiesce, we did not capitulate, and we fought, and that's what we're going to have to do. The last thing I'll close on is the last No Kings March was the largest mobilization in U.S. history. The folks on this panel, the folks in this room helped put that together. We have another one coming up this Saturday.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, if we are going to get through this, you are going to have to go out, be uncomfortable, sacrifice, show that courage, be out in the streets, convince your family members, convince your friends, convince your children to go out there and make your voices heard. That's the only way to stop where we're going. And I have hope. I have true confidence that we are going to get there.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for that. Now we're going to jump to Angie Jean-Marie. Angie, so you're a first-generation immigrant. Please tell us about that experience, your family. We're going to try to make it more personal at this point, so go ahead.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Pleasure to be on stage with everyone. So my family came here in the 80s from Haiti, one of the many countries that this administration are people from countries that the administration is trying to target. And family members came with all kinds of statuses, came as students, stayed as not students. And it has been quite a journey over 30, 40 years to have family members go through the process, the normal legal process to be able to get legal status in the United States. I want to make it clear, especially for people who are coming from countries where they're Black or brown, it's not easy. It is not simple. It's long. It's complicated. It's expensive. And to have this administration be challenging TPS status, for example, for Haitian migrants. I have an uncle who's here with TPS status, and what this administration is threatening to do is to remove his status and send him back to Haiti or some other place where if he goes back to Haiti, given what's going on in the country, the outcome is not going to be good. I talk to my dad all the time, who's worried about his brother. And so what we're hearing from everyone across the panel is that this administration is applying indiscriminate ideas, laws, and ideologies that are harmful. They're dangerous. They're murderous in some instances. So I think it's important that we're really clear about what these policies are going to result in. The other thing, just to put to add to the panel, as everyone was sharing, I was thinking about, LA has been the scene of many uprisings, including recently in 2020. And following those uprisings, we were talking about what happens when our police departments are over-militarized. This is what we're seeing. And so when we say that there's need for solidarity, it's not just for one crisis or one given moment. We need to have solidarity across these various crises where we can see that there's harm that's being really created in our communities. Because if it's not you today, it's going to be you tomorrow.
That's right.
So, I mean, it's really heartbreaking to know the real impacts of what's happening across so many different communities and immigrant communities across the LA and the country.
Going back to TPS, for Haitians, it was supposed to end in September, then it was extended until February of next year. DHS basically said that it is safe for Haitian citizens to go back home and that therefore Haiti no longer meets the conditions of TPS. But then that's one agency, but then you have the Department of State who has issued an active do not travel warning to Haiti. So it's two different messages. Same government, different agencies, different messages. What do you think about that?
We know that they're not coordinated and that this administration is not necessarily applying logic to its decisions. And so it is clear that the administration is using the DHS as a vehicle to exact an ideological war against people in the United States. It doesn't mean that what they're trying to do is true or right or good. And when you look at, you could look up any headline about what's unfortunately happening in Haiti. It becomes abundantly clear within seconds that that's not a place that would be safe to send people back to. And when you think about who are TPS holders, these are folks that are now making lives here. TPS status was first applied to Haitian migrants after the 2010 earthquake. And so there are people who might be in the country with this status who've now been in the United States for going on more than a decade. So just to put into context the way that this administration is seeking to uproot people's lives and put them into dangerous situations. And again, when it comes to solidarity, there are people there are folks from Latin America who've been here their entire life and who are being threatened to be sent back to a country that they're not familiar with. And so I think it is important to just be very clear that this administration is not creating any room for compassion with these policies. And it's sad to see.
And according to USC, almost 70% of undocumented Californians have been here in the country for more than a decade. So kind of going back to your point that they've been here for a long time. David, you are the president of SEIU, USWW. You've advocated for immigrant communities, immigrant workers throughout basically your whole career. You were also detained in June when everything started. You're an American citizen. So can you please tell us about that experience and what has that taught you?
Sure. So I got to be careful what I say.
Yeah, thank you. Don't say that.
This is the solidarity we're looking
for. This is the second time I've been asked that question in front of Nana. She looks at me like, I'm watching you. Thank you. No, first of all, I details I can't really be forthcoming on because still pending the charges, but I can say I was exercising my First Amendment right. I was tackled, taken down. I was pepper sprayed, and it wasn't sprayed, it was basically put throughout my whole face. And what happened is on video, and everybody is there to see it and know the truth about what happened. And I look at myself, and I consider myself an innocent man. And I will continue to be an innocent man. And I always say this, you will never hear guilty come out of these lips. You know? But what I can say is, and we speak about this violence, is there's a purpose for their violence. There's a purpose for their intimidation. They want to silence us. They want us to collectively bend that knee. They want to impose their will and that we will submit ourselves to them. And as they do that, they also are doing it intentionally to distract from what is really happening, right? They're using this tactic to be performative and cruel against the most vulnerable in our community, right? And while they do that, they basically moved the greatest transfer of wealth that we have seen in this country from poor people to the wealthy and kept in place their wealth so they can make billionaires into trillionaires, right? Because we're headed in that direction. They're eliminated Medicaid. Right now, we shut down a whole government. And thank God the Dems are fighting back, right? But they shut down a whole government, and they don't want to give a penny to the people who need it most, and that's for their health care. But we see Medicaid being cut. We're going to feel the pain of that over the next 2 years. 20 million people, I think, if not more people, are going to lose their health care. You see SNAP programs going to disappear. What's going to happen with all our children who go to school, who need that sustenance to be able to learn? They're dismantling our public school education, and they're putting 10,000 more ICE agents, $170 billion to put more agents. I call them the green shirts, right? Because, for those of you who remember history, Hitler had his brown shirts, Mussolini has blue shirts, Franco had his black shirts. Well, Trump has his green shirts. And it's a Gestapo. And they're doing that so they can continue to transfer that wealth into the oligarchs who are now in charge. And so, my detention was a stand, in my opinion. It was a stand for our First Amendment. It was a stand for the thousands of workers that I represent and the millions of workers out there who are right now in the crosshairs of this government. And, I pride myself in the fact that, I've been in this now for 29 years organizing workers. I've never once asked a worker about their status. Because my job is to organize workers and improve the quality of life for working people. And working people, regardless of status and regardless of color, need to stand together to fight back in this moment in time. And I firmly believe that the very people that they have right now in the crosshairs is going to be the people who actually save our democracy in this fight.
Thank you, David. I saw when you finally came out a few days later, and you were really emotional because you were thinking about those who are still inside. What was the experience when you were detained? Exactly, can you describe it to us?
Sure. Well, look, people are not meant to be incarcerated. And, mine was only 3 days. And part of the challenge leaving the detention center was knowing that I left some really good people behind there. And, what I said, in the plaza there is that there's more honor in that 5th level tier than there is in the White House put together. And I firmly believe that. I met, and look, the conditions, you all know this, right? It's not any secret. Black people over here, paisanos over here, sureños over here, white people over here, everybody's segregated, self-segregate, It's kind of like what they've done to us in society, right? But everybody in there is they're united in the sense of because of their predicament. When I was in there, the I laid low. I was like, I don't need nobody to know who I am. I'm just gonna get out. I don't want no drama. I don't want no conflict. I don't want, you never know, right? And, we were told at the very beginning, this is the rules in this place and you're gonna honor these rules. And that wasn't the jailers who told us, that was the other detainees. And so, you honor the rules, but I was just keeping my head low. And then when they found out that I was the president of the union, right, it came out on TV, and I'm like sitting there going like, oh my God, this is over, And, and this is why I said the honor is because, when they found out who I was, they sat there and they wanted to know my story. And I told them my story. I told them what happened. And I remember this young man called Little Man. He's not a young man anymore. He's been locked up for 32 years. He had got, let me tell you, this young man, I should say, he was 17 years old when he went in for attempted homicide. And they gave him 3 life sentences at the age of 17, 3 life sentences. He got his commuted to 37 years. That man has no business being in that prison. He has no business being in that jail. But when they found out who I was, I say this humbly, but they applauded me for being there with them and saying that and honoring the fact that my arrest was to defend working people. And, I also talked to a few other detainees who were there. One gentleman in particular who was from El Salvador, who left his country at 16 years old. Fear of being recruited by the gangs in El Salvador, fearing for his life, because if he'd gotten recruited, he knew his destiny was going to be death or incarceration or some other horrible ending. And, he's a drill press operator. He's a skilled laborer. He's been in this country now, I think he's been in close to 20 years. And they picked him up at work. They disappeared him for at least a week. And he's terrified about going back to his country because since he's been here, he got a tattoo of the Virgen Guadalupe. For all of you know she's the icon of the, she's our patron saint for Mexicanos, but now it's everybody. And he's terrified about going back to El Salvador. He's not a gang member, he's a worker. But if he goes back to El Salvador, they're gonna put him in CCOT. And he's gonna be in jail with the very people he tried to flee from to save his own life. And that's the cruelty of this government, is they do not care. They send to Uganda. They send them like anywhere. And they don't care about the human condition. And when you have a government that no longer cares about the human condition, what do they care about us?
Right.
If our government does not care about our collective human condition, what does that say for us in our future? And so, my experience in there, like I said, I met some honorable men up there. I met some good people. And for whatever reason they're there, whether it was because they were working and trying to provide a living for their family, like my dad used to say, put food on the table, shoes on your feet, a roof over your head, or if you were there because you made some bad decisions as a young person. There was more honor there than there is in the White House. And I stand by that.
Thank you, David, for sharing that story with everyone. Going back to you, Nana, what is the experience for Black immigrants when they get detained? I know your organization did a study back in 2022 about the higher risks that they face when they are in these detention centers.
Thank you for that. I'm going to broaden it a little bit, right? Because I think it's important, especially since we're here with National Urban League, talking about the state of Black LA, that we make sure that we talk about how all of this is impacting Black people generally, right? Which Black migrants are a part of Black people. I was born here in this country of Ghanaian parents, like a Toyota made in Kansas. I continue to be Ghanaian, even though I obviously also am USian, right? And I think it's really important because we need, the understanding that this immigration piece is really being used as the tip of the spear to break open the police state that they really want.
That's right.
Right? That's what it's for. And the goal is that to make us comply. The goal is to let us feel like we can't do anything while they do all of these horrible things to us. Again, to benefit the billionaires. They have like a white billionaire fascist Euro future that they're trying to head us towards. And when you see what's happening with Black immigrants and the way in which that police state is playing out, it's playing out in ways that we all recognize, particularly as Black people, but to the nth degree, right? And so I'm thinking about how in LA, they definitely led with the immigration issue, right? Then when they went to DC, y'all remember, it was crime and immigration, right? And so, we had Black folks, citizens or non-citizen, that were on bikes delivering food. They were literally hooking folks, the masked men, around their necks on scooters and bikes and throwing their faces into the ground, okay? Going after, having all these traffic stops. And it started to be a wax on, wax off, right? And so with us, it's at the courthouses. It was at the immigration check-ins. Yes, it's at the courthouses, any kind of courthouse, civil courthouse, domestic violence, criminal courthouses, et cetera. And immigration, of course, immigration check-ins, but also in the places where they know that we are most vulnerable in terms of work, right? So with Black immigrants, it's not that they're gonna go in and say, oh, there's people in the field, unless it's Haitians in Massachusetts or something, and go after folks. But it was that they were doing it in ways in which, for example, Uber drivers, right? People, Uber Lyft drivers, people that are delivering food, people that are the places where the bikes are getting fixed, right? Really being focused, our hair braiding places, places where we sell our goods, folks that are selling, street vendors that sell you the Louis Vuitton instead of Louis Vuitton, right? All of that is who they were going after. And some of those folks are immigrants and some are multi-generational African American, right? We know that our people right here in LA get stopped and harassed by the police. And then, we think about the move to Chicago and we saw how they attacked that apartment building. Right? And what they did. They had 8-year-old Black girls with zip ties. And they were not asking what their citizenship status was before they were taking them. And so that cruelty that you saw, where they were breaking into people's places, grabbing them, zip tying them, that is normal, par for the course for Black immigrants. That's what we've been experiencing, right? They have a wrap now that wraps your whole body. Your whole body, like in a cocoon. And then they put a hood over your head. And they're just showing that now. I can tell you stories of Black migrants that were dealing with that 5 years ago during this first disastrous Trump administration, right, regime. And so, you look in prisons, we're the most likely to be in solitary confinement. We're 8% of the immigrant population, 20% of those facing deportation before all of this, right? We're included in those people who have died. 20 people have died in ICE detention. Generally, 2 people were killed by ICE, killed, shot, dead in the street, right? And we know that that's going to increase. When we see what's happening in Memphis, again, there's supposed to be this train, right? This thing they're moving. They didn't even start with ICE. They started with U.S. Marshals doing 50 warrants a day. Who do you think they're doing warrants on? Then they moved to 100 warrants a day. These are not immigration warrants, though. Criminal punishment system warrants. Who do you think they're doing that on? Will they come back to LA to come grab the rest of us Black folks? Yes. Yes. And they will do it under crime. Right? Under this notion of, oh, LA is so full of crime before the World Cup or before the Olympics or whatever they're trying to do. Right? And that will be there. And what we found in Chicago, and I'll end with this because, we look at the travel ban. In most of the countries of folks that can't come here are Black immigrants. I can go on and on, but I want to make it broader. Because when we look at Chicago, when we look at Memphis, the most unprepared for this invasion is Black people. We don't have rapid response systems. We don't have hotlines. We're not sharing information on Know Your Rights except for the homie to homie, and the homie don't know what the heck the homie talking about. Right? And so we have got to get ready because when this hammer comes on us, I'm here as Black immigrant. I'm here as a person that does this work every day and has actually been doing it since 1994, right? Old as dirt and twice as funky. When they come for Black people, They are not going to sift you out just like they didn't sift out the black people in Chicago and they didn't sift out the black people in Memphis until they had handcuffed them, chain linked them, sent them in, wrapped them up. That's when you get the sift out, and by that time, it's too late.
Yes.
So we've got to be clear. That united resistance I'm talking about, that block and build that we're talking about, we've got to start it now and not wait until they're back on the doorstep.
Thank you, Nana, for that. And kind of going back to the same topic, Marta, you said that there's a lack of resources for Black immigrant communities. Kind of going back to what you were saying, there's no safety net. So how can communities change that? Because there's a lot of organizations for Latino immigrants and resources. But what about the Black immigrants? How can they access these resources?
Well, let's be clear. There's never enough resources for anyone. But I think as an immigrant rights movement, we have to make sure that that we're out there advocating for resources and we're fighting for additional support, that we're fighting for all immigrants, whether we're brown or Black immigrants. And we have to make sure that as a movement, we are inclusive of the wide range of what it means to be an immigrant in the United States. And so I think that what Nana is saying is true. I think that often Black immigrant organizations don't receive the amount of resources that they should. And so we all need to be part of that fight, and we all need to show up for each other. But I also want to say that the United States has sold us a lie, right? And this federal government has sold us a lie. This administration, no surprise to anyone, has lied to us that immigrants are bad for this country. They have that narrative that they are bad for our cities, they're bad for our countries, they're taking away our jobs, they're taking away resources, and that is not true. And so I think that we need to make sure that we are getting ourselves educated and that we understand the bigger picture and the issues to make sure that we are educating our families and our communities and that we know exactly what the bigger picture is and what the bigger picture plan is to enrich the rich, the already rich, and to make sure that the people that have nothing have less than nothing. And so we need to make sure that we are very clear on what's happening. And what Nana said is exactly right. This is something that is talking about constitutional rights, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, et cetera, that is going to affect us all. Also, I think it's important to note that for a city like Los Angeles and many other cities throughout the country, the immigrant community, whether Black or brown, are critical to the economies and to the stability of those cities and those states. And so again, this is something that affects everyone in one way or another. And so we're all in this together. We're all, need to be prepared, and we all need to make sure that we are showing up for each other.
Thank you, Marta. Victor, as far as the numbers, we already kind of went through it, but we mentioned this just in the summer in the LA region, it was 5,000. Is this something that is normal? Is it a lot? Can you please tell us how does that compare to previous years?
Sure. And just before I get into that question, I know David can't say it or doesn't want to talk about his case, but I saw the video, and the only illegal thing I saw was what happened to you, not what you did.
That's right.
I mean,
that's right.
It was retaliation for you exercising your First Amendment rights, and it is outrageous. But so to answer your question, nothing about what is happening is normal, as we all know. Adelanto Detention Center before this summer had 10 people in it, and now it has more than 2,000 people in it. We don't even know if those people are undocumented or not. They're not getting due process. They're having very difficult time accessing attorneys. And so they are rounding up thousands, literally thousands of people on a daily basis or on a monthly basis here in Los Angeles. And I'll say that not only is the number just really, really extreme, but the way that they're doing it is absolutely illegal and unconstitutional. So this all happened, it started actually before the summer. So even before the Trump inauguration, ICE in Kern, so in the Bakersfield area, conducted a really horrific raid against migrant workers there. We and our partners sued right away. So this is in January. And we got an injunction, so an order from a judge saying back then, hey, you can't use these tactics. This is racial profiling. This is illegal. This violates the Fourth Amendment. And actually very grateful that that injunction is still in place. The Supreme Court didn't do anything with it, and so there actually are no such raids in Kern County right now. Now, the terrible thing is they shifted their focus to here in Los Angeles. We and our partners filed a lawsuit here as well, and we got another great injunction. I think it was all over the news. You are not allowed to racially profile. People in detention must have access to attorneys. You can't house people in the basement of a federal building and give them one meal a day and not give them beds and blankets and all this kind of stuff. And so we got this great order. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals actually, did not stop the order. They supported the order. And then really, unfortunately, the Supreme Court, through what they call the shadow docket, they didn't overturn the order. They just said, the order is stayed for the duration of the case.
So what's next? What happens now with the TRO?
No, it's a great question. So the misinformation out there right now that you hear in the news, the narrative on social media, is that the Supreme Court is endorsing racial profiling and saying that's okay. That's not what they did. It was the quote-unquote shadow docket. There was no decision. There's no precedent there. All they did was overturn that order. And what you read in a lot of the news is Judge Kavanaugh's, a single judge's opinion, saying that if he gets the chance, he would endorse racial profiling, but it's unclear where the other justices are. And of course, the three kind of more progressive justices fought back very valiantly against that. And so what happened is they sent it back down. And so the case is proceeding now. And we're in a fight right now with the government. They're trying to go as slow as possible to prevent a new order saying that they cannot racially profile, and we're trying to go as quickly as possible. We're in what's called discovery, so we're getting as many documents to prove our case. But honestly, it's not even necessary because they're telling us what they're doing. They're saying, we're going out there and we're going to arrest people based on how you look.
Right.
And for us, hopefully, for the Supreme Court as well, that is grossly unconstitutional. You cannot do that in this country. It flies in the face of everything that we've fought for hundreds of years.
Thank you, Victor. We're going to, again, round it up to the main question. Angie, solutions to strategies for both communities to come together in solidarity and work together, specifically for the immigration issue.
One thing I want to mention is I chair the board of Inclusive Action for the City. It's an immigrant rights and economic justice organization. And organizations like Inclusive Action and others here on the panel are thinking about practical ways to protect people. One of the things that Inclusive Action just recently passed, the governor just signed Bill 635, which is the Street Vendor Business Protection Act, which prohibits local law enforcement from asking street vendors questions, whether it's name, documentation status, address, so that we can protect our street vendors and immigrants in our communities from being at risk of law enforcement action. We're also in the midst of a lawsuit against the federal government because the federal government is trying to get IRS to release ITIN numbers. So if you are here undocumented or you might want a different tax identifier, there are many people who are undocumented who want to pay into our systems, actively are paying into our systems, who are ITIN holders. Well, the IRS and now DHS are going to be coordinating to get those ITIN numbers in order to execute law enforcement actions in these ICE raids. So we're in a lawsuit to contest that kind of action. And so solutions, I think we're on stage with incredible organizations. I've been a long time just individual donor supporter of Baji, and I think being able to support organizations that are working on the front lines of these issues is really important. I also think for all of us as Angelenos, one of the things that actually really frustrates me about this moment is that Los Angeles and California, we're an enormous economic capital of the world. That's right. We are a cultural capital of the world. 30 to 40% of all goods that enter the United States enter through the port of Los Angeles. Why are you messing with us? And so I think that I think it's incumbent upon all of us to think about what tools, what power, what ecosystems do we have that we can put to the task of protecting one another? How are we going to be protesting? How are we setting up secure sites for community members? At Inclusive Action, when we saw the raids start happening, one of the things that we do in our work is we actually lend to street vendors who are usually start out of being able to access loans from banks. We forgave loans because we knew that people couldn't safely go out to work and earn the money to be able to repay the loans that we're offering. So I think it requires really careful and thoughtful strategy to put yourself in the position of thinking about, what do I have in my wheelhouse, in my capacity, in my organization, in my community that I can lend in order to protect the people who are our neighbors and our fellow residents of this incredible city and region.
Thank you, Angie. And Marta, to close it down, fear, we can see it. We see it in the reports what we have in Telemundo, and you see it all over the place. Immigrants are really scared, regardless if they're Latino, Black, or from different parts of the world. I was undocumented for 6 years when I came to this country. I don't remember being that scared to what I see right now on the news, on the stories that we share every single day. So how can, it's easier said than done, but the fear, how can they work around it so they can continue coming out and doing whatever they have to do? They can go to school, go to their medical appointments. They're missing their doctor's appointments. Any advice for our communities?
I think it's really important for people to know that they want us to be afraid. They want us to think that everybody hates us. They want us to think that we're isolated and that we're alone. But the truth of the matter is that the majority of people in this country are with us. The majority of people in this country, Black, brown, white, understand what's happening in this country and want to work toward protecting our communities. We were just on a fundraiser on the West Side, and people were in tears that this is happening to their community, to their city. And these are folks that have never been involved in the political environment. And so just forget that you're not alone. I know that it's easier said than done. I know there's a lot of scary things, but organizations like ours are going to continue to fight and continue to try to protect as many people as possible. And everybody can do their part. I know I feel better when I'm marching. I know I feel better when I'm helping or when I'm donating. And everybody has their limits. Everybody has their parameters, but everybody can do something to help each other.
Awesome. Well, give it up to our panelists. Thank you so much. And that concludes our panel. Hopefully you learned something valuable this afternoon. We've had a lot of ideas, and the key is for both communities to continue working together. Regardless of your skin color or whatever it is your background, continue working together.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, go ahead.
Tomorrow, no Kings Saturday.
No Yes.
No Kings, organized.
Yes on 50.
Enrique, thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much for your time. I believe we're going to take some photos and then have you exit. We're going to have you guys exit stage left here on this side, Enrique. The countdown continues. Thank you so much, panelists. As they are taking their photos, all I can say is, oh my goodness, wow, that was a great conversation today. Did you guys enjoy our panelists, our discussions? Each year, it just keeps getting better and better. The State of Black LA 2025 is truly one for the record books. Hearing from such inspiring trailblazers and engaging in powerful, life-changing discussions has been unforgettable. I hope you leave today feeling empowered to transform your life, your community, and the world around you. It's been an honor to serve as your host and MC of State of Black LA 2025. To everyone here watching online, you might feel inspired for positive change in your lives, and we're so grateful for that. For the closing remarks, though, I want to bring back Ms. Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd and Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Before we end our day today, I just want to give NBC4 and Telemundo 52 another amazing round of applause. This relationship started 3 years ago, and I cannot tell you, it is heartfelt. The Los Angeles Urban League and the State of Black LA would not have happened without NBC and Telemundo 52, period. So thank you so very much. Now, today was an inspiring day, and I hope each of you enjoyed our expert panelists. To my colleagues in government, philanthropy, the private sector, community-based organizations and academia, the media, and every person here today, we need investment. We need policy change, and we need community power. Our work, the work of economic stability, entrepreneurship, health, immigrant inclusion, is not charity. It's justice. It's equity. It is the foundation of the city we say we believe that we're building. As president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League, we vow to lead with transparency, courage, accountability, and unrelenting urgency. This is a state of emergency. We cannot do this alone. We've said this all day. Let us commit today that the state of Black Los Angeles is not just a moment, but it is a movement. We may leave this space but not merely inspired, but be empowered to act, to change, to transform. Thank you, and now we'll hear from Dr. Scorza.
So, in 2001, Toni Morrison was asked this question: how do you survive whole in a world where we are all victims of something? She responded by saying, it's a nice, big, fat, philosophical question about how do you get through. Sometimes you don't survive whole, you just survive in part. But the grandeur of life is that attempt. It's not about that solution. It's about being as fearless as one can and behaving as beautifully as one can under completely impossible circumstances. It's that makes it elegant. Good is just more interesting, more complex, more demanding. Evil is silly. It may be horrible, but at the same time, it's not a compelling idea. It's predictable. It needs a tuxedo. It needs a headline. It needs blood. It needs fingernails. It needs all that costume in order to get anybody's attention. But the opposite, which is survival, blossoming, endurance, those things are just more compelling intellectually, if not spiritually. And they certainly are spiritually. This is a more fascinating job. We are already born. We are going to die. So you have to do something interesting that you respect in between. As we close, I want to invite you, be as fearless as one can and behave as beautifully as one can, as you can, under completely impossible circumstances. While you aim to do something interesting that you respect in between, please remember, for if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows whether or not you have come to your position for such a time as this, Esther 4:14. Thank you for being here. This concludes our program.